Ah. Thank you. I'll put it there. Right, now we've cleared the technical issues up. Do you want me to say that again? No, it's fine. Okay. Right, we'll move on to the agenda. Apologies for absence. We have apologies from Bill Hanley, Rachel Bennett, Matt Buckler, and Lee Hartstone. Are there any more apologies? No. Thank you, everyone. Minutes of the previous meeting held on the 13th of March. Does anybody have any corrections or comments regarding the minutes? Mike.
Thank you, Ginny. Just on page 14, referencing the that's the planning application 3526. Quite a lot of us did get off the bus at the Ian Brewery. Or was that the? Oh, that's the one at Great Hucklow, wasn't it?
This was the drive.
That was the drive, but sorry, I'm thinking of the previous month. I apologise.
So you're happy with the minutes as they're stated? Okay, can I have somebody to propose? Patrick, seconded by Martin. Thank you. Urgent business. I've not been made aware of any urgent business. Public participation will take place as we go from item to item. Members' declaration of interests. I have a personal interest in the item regarding Sickle Home, and I will, which is number 9, and I will actually leave the meeting then, and Patrick will take over.
Similarly, Urchover is one of my parishes. I haven't any interest other than that, but I will leave the room.
Okay, thank you, Kath. We have all had an email forwarded on to us regarding the solar panels at Churchdale Cottages. Has anybody got any other declarations of interest? No? So our first item is the full planning conversion and extension of existing building to a 2-bedroom intermediate dwelling, including remodelling, access, hard and soft landscaping and associated infrastructure at Padley Mill Cottage. And I think you're taking this, Hannah.
I think there's one on Dana's.
Oh.
There we go. Thank you. Good morning. This is the application, Padley Mill Cottage, Upper Padley, and the application is for conversion and extension of an existing building to form a 2-bedroom intermediate dwelling with associated works. The site location is on the screen in front of you, so you can see the site here edged red. You can also see the wider ownership edged blue. So this is Padley Mill Cottage, and the application relates to land on the opposite side of the lane here. The site is in Upper Padley, which is in open countryside. It is separate from Grindleford and Nether Padley. They are the parts of Grindleford that are identified as the settlement in our policy DS1. So this site is considered to be in the countryside. We're just north of Grindleford Station, which is to the southeast, and you can see the railway lines running along the bottom edge of the site plan. There are a number of residential properties in the vicinity of the site, and the site itself is bound by a lane to the east and another to the south. The eastern track, if you follow that northwards, that takes you in the direction of Padley Woods, which is an ancient woodland. If you follow the track to the west, that takes you in the direction of Brunts Barn, and also just slightly out of the screenshot in front of you, there is the Padley Hall scheduled monument. In terms of the site itself, it is opposite the Grindleford Station Conservation Area. So the boundary runs along the south edge of the track and also along the east, but the site is not within the conservation area itself. Padley Mill here is Grade 2 listed. And any other thing just to mention is that there are public rights of way running along both of these tracks. This is the existing site plan. So the site itself is considered to be an agricultural use. You can see there are a number of structures associated with that use for the growing of vegetables, fruit, horticulture, and there is an existing barn on the site. So there's a concrete plinth, which that barn is sited on. The barn was constructed in the early 90s as an agricultural building. There's also a shed and a wood store, and access into the site you can see here from the lane, and there is another one. This is what is being proposed. So the proposal is to convert the building to a dwelling. So the shed would be removed, and in its place there is a single-storey extension with a bit of a link section here. I'll go on to the proposals in a bit more detail on the other slides. The plinth is remaining, so the wood store also remains. This area changes, so some of those structures that you saw on the previous slide are removed, and a parking area is proposed here with turning space. This is the landscaping plan, so it just details the surfacing and treatment of the site in a bit more detail. This would be grass mesh. I think there's gravel introduced around the edges of the building. And then the existing floor plans of the building. So the building itself historically was used as a hay store, although from planning history and the submission we understand more recently, it's been used for storing implements for gardening, tools, and also for the storing and processing of fruit and vegetables grown on the site. There is a small kitchen area that facilitates that as well. This is the first floor plan, so there are 2 decks at the first floor of the building. And then this is what is proposed. So converting the building, you've got living and dining and kitchen space, a bedroom within the new extension, ensuite and utility. So predominantly it would be ground floor living, although the proposal as it stands does also include a deck area at first floor, which we understand would be to provide a second bedroom. I do just want to clarify now, because it probably makes more sense to do so. The gross internal area of that building is, I believe, 78 square metres as proposed. That exceeds our maximum size threshold for an affordable dwelling for a 2-person dwelling. That is 70 square metres. The applicant has, however, indicated that if this were a barrier to approval, they would be willing to reduce the size towards the 70 square metres. So I just thought I would point that out as I was on the slide. These are the existing elevations of the building. So it's timber clad. Onto the other ones here. So this is looking, I believe, north into the site. The roof is slate. And then this looks towards the lane to the south, and you can see the shed and wood store in that as well. And then in its place, you'd have this single-storey pitched roof extension with this flat section link between the two that would be glazed facing north, but it would be timber-clad facing south. You can also see that there are solar panels and an air source heat pump. And then the west elevation would also be glazed. Just a few photographs of the site then. So this is looking from that junction of the lanes on the south and east towards the building, which you can see there. And this is the wood store. You can see there's quite a bit of landscaping around the edge of the building. This is the access into site. This is looking up that eastern track, which goes up the hill in the direction of the woodland. This is looking at the south elevation of the building. So again, you can see quite a lot of intervening landscaping. And this is looking at the southwest end of the building. This is looking at the western elevation, so taken within the site. This is the shed and the wood store. And then that's looking at the north elevation and then the area of the site, which in this part of the site is grassed. That's looking as the site rises towards the north. And then this is looking at what would become the parking area. So you can see there's a polytunnel. There are some raised beds associated with the use of the site for growing fruit and vegetables. So in terms of the proposal, I think the key issues for this application are policy issues as set out in the report. The application is proposing a 2-storey intermediate dwelling to meet the applicant's intentions for a smaller property to downsize. As members will be aware, when we consider planning applications, they are to be determined in accordance with the development plan. And when we look at the development plan, we look at whether proposals accord with our policies. The key policies in this case, policy HC1, refers to the fact that there will be exceptional reasons, there must be exceptional reasons for new housing in the national park. And one of those exceptions is where there is an identified eligible need for homes that remain affordable in perpetuity. The supporting text to that policy does go on to state it's not appropriate to permit new housing in the national park to meet open market demand, and it's important to concentrate on eligible local need within the national park for affordable homes, and addressing eligible local affordable housing needs helps those who can't compete on the open housing market. HC1 isn't read in isolation, we consider the development plan as a whole, so we also consider the development management policies document, and DMH1 in that document states that new affordable housing in the countryside by conversion can be acceptable where there is a proven need, and the supporting text of the policy goes on to talk about what need is. In particular, I just want to draw your attention to the fact that it references the National Planning Policy Framework definition of affordable housing as housing for those whose needs are not met by the open market. It confirms self-build affordable housing may be permitted, providing there's a proven need for affordable housing. And it also goes on to talk about need being defined by the Housing Act, but that housing need at a local level can be defined by the planning and the housing authority. And that housing authorities should have an allocation scheme for prioritising and allocating housing. As members will be familiar in our areas, so in the Derbyshire Dales District Council area, there is the Home Options Scheme, which the Housing Authority used to understand housing priorities and allocate housing accordingly. And I will come on to that. The supporting text does also talk about downsizing. That is covered in the report, although it is clear that where the circumstance, this should, where possible, be accommodated on the open market. There might be circumstances where that is not possible, but we will need to be persuaded that there are no options available, including evidence of any search. Going back to the policy position, our policy looks at new affordable housing and whether there is a need for affordable housing. So where an applicant is able to meet their needs on the open market, that is not considered to be one of the cases where we would be looking to support new housing for downsizing. Just in terms of the proposal, I have received some further correspondence from the applicant following the publication of the report. They have clarified that they are not in affordable housing need, but do contend they have a different type of housing need, being for a smaller single-storey property. And they have now provided some home options information to us. They have registered on that scheme. The information we've received is that they have been registered at Band D. And home options confirm that is a low priority category where applicants are considered to have equity sufficient to meet their needs on the open market. So that would indicate to us that the applicant doesn't have a need for affordable housing, which is what policies HC1 and DMH1 require. There is also a concern with the extent of the search that's been carried out for new housing. The applicant has actually indicated to me that they have also looked within Grindleford, don't have specific information of properties in that area that might have come up. But notwithstanding that, the area of search that's been conducted is considered to be too narrow. When we talk about strong local connection in our development plan, that generally states new affordable housing where there is a strong local connection can be focused in the parish or adjoining parish. So focusing on Grindleford itself and the Upper Padley area would be considered to be too limited. Although notwithstanding that, the applicant's information suggests to us that they are not in affordable housing need. So for those reasons, the application is recommended for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. We have one speaker, Mr. David Jenner. Good morning, Mr. Jenner. I don't know if anybody's explained the procedure to you. There's a button on the front. If you press that, and then you have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Good morning. Yes, so I'm David Jenner and I'm the applicant. I've lived in Upper Padley for 20 years and my wife for 10 years. And we're both active members of the community and elected officers of the local residents association. But as we get older, we're finding it increasingly difficult to manage in a 2-storey cottage with 3 acres of land. So if approved, this application would allow us to split our property, retain a smaller section of land, sell our increasingly unsuitable cottage, and adapt our existing wooden barn as Hannah has described. So again, our application is for a new intermediate dwelling, and I believe it's your policy to support the addition of new affordable and intermediate homes for local people where possible. Grindleford Parish Council strongly supports our application for similar reasons, and we'd be quite comfortable with an appropriate Section 106 agreement to this end. Just coming to Hannah's main point of principle, the lack of evidence of need for affordable housing. I think I didn't quite hear, but I think Hannah's already covered this. We don't need affordable housing. Our need is to downsize and move to single level living, a type of housing need that is acknowledged in your DMP document. We wanted to provide evidence of that, so we contacted Home Options, who reviewed our situation and accepted us on the register. And I've no doubt that this will have resulted from our answers to questions on health issues and mobility. So again, to be clear, we only applied to Home Options to provide evidence of need. We have no plans to bid for their properties or compete with folks who are less well off than us. Could we have met our needs through the open market? As Hannah, I think, has said, we've provided comprehensive information on our search over a number of years for alternatives in Upper Padley, and also have Rightmove search details for properties in Grindleford Village. We've drawn a blank on both counts. I think Hannah's report suggests that our search has been too limited, but in our defence, I think we couldn't see any written policy on how wide the search should be, so it wasn't clear what was required, really. And in scanning previous similar applications, it seems that such searches vary in depth and detail. I think we've at least provided depth, if not breadth. Hannah's already covered the other policy consideration on floor size. So just in conclusion, if the committee can accept that we have adequately demonstrated need, then I feel we're closer to the possibility of a win-win, where my wife and I would be able to stay actively involved in our local community, and through the efficient use of an existing building, there would be one additional energy-efficient home in the Peak District for local people, and I'd urge the committee to focus on the latter.
Thank you, Mr. Jenner. Okay, members, we've heard from the officer and from the applicant. Who's going to start? Patrick? Mr. Jenner, could you press the button again? Thank you.
There we are. Can I just be clear about one thing first? The application be refused for the following reason. Is that the only reason? There's not an omission, is there, about the design of the building or anything like that? If we were to conclude, as an example, I don't think we will, but if we were to conclude that this was acceptable at the moment, there's no design issues or anything like that. So,
Yeah, I think the report sets out that there are some design issues. They're more minor, obviously with the recommendation being one of refusal. I do consider that they're capable of being resolved. Hence, the application hasn't been recommended for refusal on design grounds. I think it's important to say that whilst there's not a major objection in terms of design, subject to some major tweaks, the scheme isn't considered to be an enhancement, which is another question I know that's been raised. Thank you.
Mike?
we're having problems with these today, aren't we? Is it the weather? What slightly worries me about this is not necessarily the recommendation. I'm still fairly open-minded about that. It's about the process that we're going through in trying to get there. I recall a case many years ago in Hathersage where a young man who had medical problems wanted to build a house next door to his parents, which made perfect sense, and he was told no. He should have looked in Grindleford where there was a house for him. And the committee made very clear that they didn't find that an acceptable solution. And that policy of saying, if there's a house in the next village, was actually then abandoned. It was a policy at the time, but it was then abandoned. It wasn't included in the development management policies when we approved that. And subsequently, although not connected, the policy was reconfirmed in our own management plan, and then in the definition of thriving and sustainable communities that we have. And what the policy says, and I know it's not a planning policy, but it is the approach of the authority, is that we'll do what we can to enable people to stay in their own communities. That is the starting point from which the thinking then develops. Now, of course, that is not at any price. I mean, and there may be situations, and this may or may not be one of them, where that is simply not possible for one reason or another. But the starting point is how we enable them to stay in their own villages. And I have some difficulty with that part of this report which says you must widen the search beyond Grindleford to Hathersage or wherever, because that is clearly not the approach that the authority is taking. And it will not be taking it if the local plan consultation that we have just done recently is followed through, because that policy of helping people to stay in their own village is enshrined in the consultation document that we've done on the local plan. So the thinking here, which says, well, they haven't looked in Hathersage or they haven't looked in wherever, is not right. What we have to look at is the opportunities for this applicant in Grindleford, which is where his community is. And if there are no opportunities, it's very sad for him, but that's the extent of our consideration, in my opinion. The second thing that worries me about this is the approach that we're taking to downsizing. Now, the idea that we should take into account downsizing as a consideration in planning actually came out in our development management policies document, and it's set out in paragraph 36 on page 21 of the report. And that talks about people having to downsize for, and it says, reasons may vary from decreased mobility and a practical difficulty in managing or adapting the home to the needs to realise capital to support their old age. We recognise that as part of the thinking which leads to the provision of suitable housing for older people. Now, it seems to me that if you then go on and take, first of all, when that policy was enunciated, we were not using home options as the main vehicle for assessing need. That has come in later. Basically, it's an administrative exercise that officers have adopted. And that statement was not made in the context of using home options. What worries me about this is that if you follow what we say there, and that's a very clear statement of policy, anybody who applies for home options is going to get a low category of rating because they're going to have capital available. And the home options test in its entirety cannot be an appropriate test for measuring need in this sort of circumstance. Now, it may be, for example, and I would not want this to be debated in public, so I don't want to go into the detail. It may be, for example, that the home options thing may say, well, he's got these needs, and they're good and substantial needs, but because he's got capital, we give him a low priority. Now, I don't know that that fits into the philosophy of the paragraph that we've got written down here at all. And that approach actually worries me. From there you move on to the suitability of this site, suitability of the building and so on and so forth, which I won't comment on at the moment. But I'm worried about the starting point of this. And we need to get it right, because if we don't get it right here, the local plan group must get it right, because at the moment this is very confusing. And that paragraph, as it stands, means nothing if home options is going to be the only test for downsizing.
Thank you, Patrick. Mike?
Patrick's looked at paragraph 36 on page 21. I've got a question about paragraph 38, which states that it refers to intermediate houses. Is that what this is being classed as in this application?
So the application is proposing an intermediate dwelling. I think the supporting text has set out that self-builds are generally considered intermediate because after a period of occupation they can then go on and be sold to other people. And because of the values associated with that, the classification is intermediate. The applicant has obviously said they would be willing to enter into a legal agreement to restrict that occupancy. But yeah, any self-build affordable is classed by us as intermediate.
So you're saying that were we to go against the recommendation, we could impose a condition which limits future occupancy? I mean, we hope that Mr. Jenner has and his partner have a long and happy retirement, but eventually there will come a time when that property will become vacant. Do we have a mechanism for making sure that it will be available after that time for local needs, given that it's been set up as a local needs dwelling?
I think the term is local occupancy rather than local needs.
Yeah, that's sort of the typical Section 106 agreement that is imposed on most local affordable needs housing. So what that has is a local occupancy restriction and cascade provision. So on future sale, it is controlling who occupies a property in the future.
Kath?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I've every sympathy with what Patrick said. I've ended up in hospital this week because I fell down some steps at home. I really think we've got to look at this situation. It's not easy, but it's like Patrick and I myself more or less have lived in the national park. Well, I have all my life. And I think I've put a lot into it, and I think that we should be more aware as one ages of the concerns and how we can address them. And I would think we ought to have a seminar on such a topic. I'll not say any more because I'm going to wait and see if we do get, and I'll speak then.
Ken?
Thanks, Chair. As Kath has suggested, there's always difficult issues to resolve. I think the issue, if I can just touch on the points that Patrick was raising about the search area, I think in some respects, well, given our policies that we look at parish and adjoining parish, I think it's not unreasonable to expect folk to widen their search area beyond their immediate environs of the village that they happen to be living in and have lived in for a period of time. I think as well, on the other side of that, is it actually should, if one looked at a wider area and still couldn't find a place, then it strengthens the case to be made for whatever is being proposed in an application. So I think it's legitimate to expect people to look further than their own doorstep in a way. I think for me, though, the more fundamental thing, and I have to admit, I'm getting a little bit more confused about the difference between affordable housing, intermediate dwellings, and the home options assessments and the rest of it. Now, to an extent, For me, it's a bit of a red herring insofar as what we're looking at is a barn that has been in existence for only, 30 years? We're looking at a modern building. The thrust of our policies for barn conversions is to conserve non-designated heritage assets, older barns in the landscape, in order to retain them in such a way that they remain as an element in the landscape that relates to the development of the landscape over time. And the focus has always been on non-designated heritage assets. This is not a non-designated heritage asset, it's a modern barn. And I think for me that is one of the key reasons why I think we should be supporting the recommendation from officers, because I don't think it's appropriate to convert a modern building, as this is, into a dwelling, albeit given its relative seclusion, and I recognise the ambitions of Mr. Jenner and his partner and sympathise with them, but I just don't think this is the right way forward. I think the issues that have been explained around the affordable housing thing as well, notwithstanding our need, our desires, quite rightfully, to try to maintain thriving communities, there are ways in which that can be achieved, those ambitions can be achieved. I don't think this is the right one. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ken. Ken?
Yeah, it's this affordable needs and all searching for different properties. I'm really confused. The applicant owns the land, he owns the building, he shouldn't have to look even over at wall to see if there's a house to buy. He's got the property and he owns the land. That's the major cost in things. I can't see out wrong with this. It's in a village setting as well. We've looked at barns in the past, what's been outside and on the moorland, but this is part of a village.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak on this? Do you want to make the point?
Well, I'm going to comment on something that Ken made as well. If we were to look at this home options report, and when I say we, the officers, is it possible to extract from that where the priority would be, but for the existence of potential capital? In other words, ignore the capital element and see what the actual physical, emotional, financial, whatever need it is that they test. Do you understand the point I'm making?
You've turned it off.
That's very inefficient today.
Yeah, it's been a bit pernickety, isn't it? Yeah, I just want to give a bit of brief overview, but beforehand, I'm not. I think we'd probably have to get in contact with the housing authority to get that breakdown. We get like a pro forma which sets out what band it is in, and the band D you get acknowledged, you get accepted onto the register, but the housing authority takes the opinion by putting you in band D that you can meet your need, whatever that need is, on the open market. So sort of go back to our principles, our policies, this site is in the countryside, policies allow in principle for the reuse of existing buildings here for affordable housing, but it's not a policy for housing for local people, it's a policy for affordable housing where there is a need for people who have a local qualification. And the details of that are set out in our policy. And in the same supporting text that is in the report and that Patrick mentioned, that establishes how we look at need. And the authority has taken the position that we'll take the same approach that the local housing authority takes, in this case, Derbyshire Dales. So it does say that in the supporting text. And the way the housing authority assesses need is through home options. So that is why we take that approach. The housing authority are the experts, we defer to them, they assess need, and we take their view, which is what we do consistently. There are paragraphs for returners, but that makes clear that returners, although clearly we want to, not returners, people who want to downsize, clearly we want to support people who need to downsize where there is a need for them to have affordable housing to meet that need to downsize. And that will depend on the circumstances of the individual. So I just want to make it clear to members that our view as officers is that the policy position is that there has to be a need for affordable housing here. And our view as officers is there isn't a need for affordable housing, that the applicant could meet their need on the market. So there would be a serious conflict with policy here if members were to approve the application. And my position would be, if members were minded to approve the application, that I would defer the application under standing orders 1.48, so it came back next month with a policy paper to discuss the policy implications of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uh, and that might give us an opportunity, perhaps, to answer some of these other questions. My second question was this: we could keep talking about it being in the countryside, but is not the test that we have actually in or on the edge of a settlement, which is that's the test for new development on the edge of a village, isn't it?
Yeah, so I'll just find it if you give me one moment, but policy DS1 identifies the list of settlements, and it identifies Grindleford and Nether Padley. Upper Padley is quite, have you got it? Upper Padley is separate from those. It wouldn't be considered to be the edge of the settlement because it is quite physically separate.
So we have to wait for the new local plan before that gets sorted out, okay.
Your microphone's not
I'd
on.
be interested in an officer view on what Ken said, because that's one of the reasons I've been holding my views completely on this.
Was it the point about it being a modern barn? Well, as I said before, policy, even in the countryside, policy does allow for the reuse of buildings for affordable housing in principle. As Ken said, generally our policies do support traditional buildings, and the policy does say preferably by reuse of traditional buildings. We don't have a specific policy for affordable housing, whereas we do for, say, holiday accommodation, which sets out that it should be through a certain type of building. But clearly here we have a fairly modern agricultural building which was approved for an agricultural purpose, and the conversion of that building to a domestic use in this location will have an impact on its own, and that will have a domesticating impact in this location. So that is something that members should consider, yes.
Mike?
Is it true that after the railway line was built, that there were cottages on this site from the 19th century into the 20th century?
Yeah, so the planning statement does set that out. I think it says that buildings were demolished on the site in circa 1940. That is quite a significant period of time in the past. So technically, yes, they were there, but not for quite some time.
So at what point did the Park Authority claim that land as effectively greenfield site and not as a brownfield site?
I don't know the specific point in time, but there is a paragraph in the committee report which references the National Planning Policy Framework and how that defines previously developed land. And it says that this excludes land that was previously developed but where the remains of permanent structures or fixed surface structures have blended into the landscape. Obviously, with the structure having been demolished, in our view, a residential use abandoned, it would fall under that exclusion.
But if you drill down under the surface, would you find earth or would you find rubble?
Just come back on that. I'm not sure what the answer to that question is. Potentially rubble. I think the point in the National Planning Policy Framework is about the character of the land. And before this agricultural building was built, the character of that field was just an open field. So even if it was developed, given the length of time, it isn't previously developed land anymore. It has returned to a natural, well, not necessarily natural, but a countryside condition. It's naturalised again, and the development has disappeared.
I will just add to that as well, that the definition of previously developed land in the National Planning Policy Framework also says this excludes land that is or was last occupied by agricultural buildings. So notwithstanding what there was in the past, as the building is now agricultural, the definition excludes that type of development from being previously developed land.
Janet Dugdale.
Yeah, thank you. Can I just ask why this is being considered under affordable housing need, not local needs? I don't understand why. And this really is, could be important for older people who want to stay in their village, looking at a local need. But they do have capital, so they don't qualify under affordable needs. But they need properties that are suitable for one-storey living or easy access and things like that, but they want to stay within their parish. I would have thought local needs might be a more important way of looking at this, more appropriate.
Thank you. As I mentioned earlier, we don't have a different policy for local need and affordable housing. It is all one policy. The policy is affordable housing to meet local need. It potentially wouldn't be lawful for the authority to have a policy which gave preference for local people over the general population. The way we manage affordable housing in the national park, bearing in mind our constraints as a national park, is that we allow affordable housing which is to meet need which is arising from the national park. So we're not meeting need which comes from outside the national park, but it is one policy which is to allow for affordable housing to meet local need. So it is both, if that makes sense.
Okay, members, well, we have this in front of us. The application is recommended by officers for refusal. So I'm going to ask it, does anybody wish to make proposal for refusing?
I'll move the recommendation, Chair.
Thank you, Ken. Anybody seconding it? Ian seconding. All those in favour of refusal? 3, 4. All those in favour of acceptance? Well, all those against refusal. I put that the right way round. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. In that this is going to be deferred anyway.
Can we just put hands up again? Was that 4 or 5? Okay, 4.
4? 4.
Oh.
Yes, 5. Okay, so then the application for refusal has been dismissed. This will now be deferred as accepting.
We need another motion first.
Another motion. Right. Would anybody like to put a motion forward, please, for accepting this? Ken?
I'd like to put forward this for acceptance on the grounds of permission to downsize and the fact that the property is in the ownership of the applicant.
Sorry, obviously it is a judgment for members, but I do just want to point out in 6.44 of the Development Management Policies document, when we're looking at new housing, it does specifically say that the fact that a person may only have one site option, potentially because they own the land, is not a material planning consideration in deciding whether the site is acceptable for development. I just thought I'd mention that.
Okay, so we have a proposal for accepting this.
And just remind members that it was subject to being deferred.
Yeah. Do you want to?
You can just.
Yeah. This vote will be taken on the premise that it will be deferred by officers to be brought back to the next meeting for policy to be examined. So I've got a proposal of Ken, seconded by Jean Warmby. All those in favour of accepting this proposal for the planning permission? 6. All those against? 3. Anybody abstaining? Thank you very much. I hope you understand, Mr. Jenner, that the committee has actually voted to accept your application, but it will need to come back before final acceptance at the next meeting once policy has been discussed.
Could I just ask, would that involve myself, or is that in absentia?
We'll leave that for officers to speak to you about it outside the meeting. Thank you. Is that okay? Right, we move on to the next item, which is the full application for a retrospective application for construction of a field track, temporary removal and stockpiling of topsoil and subsoil, and partial installation of a land drain, installation of concrete trough, stone wall and base. Hannah is taking this and has some updates for us from what we've seen in our pack.
Sorry, I think the agent was planning to be here.
Well, it should be here. It's
Might be outside.
We're not early, that's good.
Do we have Mr. Ken Warman here? Yes, yes. Right, Hannah, thank you.
Thank you. This is the application Land off Blaze Hill in Rayno. The application is part retrospective for construction of a field track, ground excavation and levelling works, the installation of a replacement land drain, trough and stone wall, shale excavation for agriculture, manholes, 2 retaining walls and an attenuation pond. Just before I go on to talk you through the presentation, we have received amended plans from the applicant, also asking to omit part of the scheme, which relates to some of the levelling works around the barn and the retaining walls. It probably makes most sense for me to talk you through that as part of the presentation. But yeah, just to be aware that the scheme has been updated slightly to omit part of the proposed development. The location of the site is on the screen in front of you, so you can see the red edge. You can see the extent of the access track that connects to Blaze Hill. The site is located to the southwest of that road, and we are in open countryside here to the northeast of Rayno, and then further northwest there is Bollington and Potshwigley. The nearest properties you have to the site, you've got Jumper Lane Farm here. There are further properties to the west on the edge of Rayno Low. And then I'm also not sure if they're mentioned in the report, but there are some further properties to the east. And just for clarity, any impacts on neighbouring properties to the east are considered to have the same conclusion as those to the northwest and west. The site itself measures over 0.8 of a hectare, and the applicant owns a wider area of land as well. The site is in the slopes and valleys with woodland landscape character type, and part of the site is in a high-risk coal area as well. This is the existing site plan. I appreciate you won't be able to see the levels details, but hopefully you might have seen them on the actual plan itself, where you can. So you've got the extent of what the scheme will show is the access track. This is the former land drain that ran through the site, and there is an isolated stone field barn in the site as well. This shows the extent of the track. It does actually show as existing because works have started without planning permission, so the application is part retrospective. So that is actually showing you some of the extent of track works that have been constructed. But I do think this is quite useful just to see the street scene elevation of that access onto Blaze Hill. And then the proposed, you might just be able to make it out, it is quite small, sorry, but you can see that there would be a different surfacing on the access to the highway. That is because the Highways Authority ask for a solid bound surface onto the highway to prevent debris onto the highway. So the part of the amended plans that have been received show the access track is now proposed to be more narrow, a dual track system, which is quite a traditional farm track appearance. So that is a scheme that is now in front of us. And this is the remainder of the site. This is as originally submitted. So you've got a proposed attenuation pond, a proposed stone trough that will be for drinking water for animals, and a new replacement drain. And the applicants confirm the intention is that water through that drain would continue to run off-site. This is the track. We also have this area, so if you will have read in the committee report that there are significant concerns with this part of the development. Part of that work has been carried out, but it is in effect a level plateau that has been created around the stone barn, and there is a proposal for retaining walls. However, you can see on the next slide, hopefully, it's now within a purple dashed area, and the annotation includes that this is now excluded from the application. So the application is as it was originally, with the exception of that part, which is now omitted, so that is not for our consideration. That has had some bearing on the recommendation. I'll come on to that once I've gone through the rest of the proposals. This is just showing sections of the site, and you can see them here. So these are the sections across the access track. Hopefully you can just about see that the original existing and proposed is basically proposing that the final levels will reflect the original situation. I believe this is taken around the area of the site where the stone trough is proposed. You can hopefully make out on the screen, but you can see the existing ground levels and mounds of earth. That is the site as existing because works have started. However, the finished result is to grade those back, but there will be some slight raising of land just around the trough, and that is because of the installation of the drain and the trough. But we do consider that to be quite minor. This is taken at the other end of the site, so I believe I've got my bearings right, further southeast of the stone barn. Again, you can see there's quite a lot of cutting and stockpiling of earth. That is the current situation that's taken place without planning permission, but the final proposal is to grade that back to match existing levels. This shows you a section of the attenuation pond. So again, sorry to repeat myself, but you can see the current situation and then the final proposed. There would obviously be some cut out of levels there. But yeah, that shows you the section of the pond. And then this is just to show you that we have had amended sections. As originally submitted, there was this flat plateau created and retaining wall around the barn. This is now subject to being omitted. So that work has been carried out, but it doesn't have planning permission, so we're not giving weight to the fact that that is there. That's a separate enforcement matter. That isn't part of this application. This is just another section of that area, so again, you can see it be level, but that's going to be omitted. And the same again. We've got some landscape details. We've had comments from the landscape officer and the ecologist and tree officer just asking for a bit more detail, but in summary, seeking to sort of supplement this area of the site and plant around the wildlife pond, which you can see here. This just shows the drainage details. So this was the existing drain that ran through the site and the proposed, so you'd have a bit of a drop down to the trough. You can see closer on the next slide that water would enter the trough but then would overflow to continue to run into another drain and then off-site. This is the access as existing. So as you can see, there is a wider area. Obviously, we've had the plan showing a narrower track. This is walking along the track as it currently is, up to the barn, which you can see. And you can see in the background there is quite a lot of earthwork that has been carried out as part of excavation of the drain. This is the barn itself, so you can see the drainage works and the track there. This is the plateau work that's now omitted from this application, but that was considered to be harmful. And again, you can see that work around the stone barn, which you can see is in quite a poor condition. And again, and this is just looking around the other side, so you can see the extent of excavation. There's another photo of the drain, looking towards the barn, and again. And then that is looking back towards Jumper Lane, where there is a public right-of-way which runs along that route. So I'll come on to some photos taken from that direction. This is the concrete base for the trough that's proposed. You saw the drawings earlier, so that's started, but it's not been completed yet. So onto photographs. This is taken from Blaze Hill looking towards the site. If you can just follow my mouse, that is roughly where the farm track is. So you can see that it is quite limited in visual impact from that vantage. This is taken from the right-of-way along Jumper Lane, so you can see the earthworks that have been carried out in the barn. This is also from Jumper Lane. And this is taken from another right-of-way, I believe slightly further north of the site, but looking back towards the barn, so you can see the levelling works, and you can also see quite a lot of the groundworks that have been carried out. And then this is taken, I believe, from further northwest on Blaze Hill, if I've got my bearings right. But yes, I suppose regardless, you can see the site quite clearly there. And again, from further back along the highway. So in terms of the application, the recommendation in the committee report before you is one of refusal. However, following the publication of that report, we have had further discussions with the agent, and the applicant has agreed to omit the level plateau works around the stone barn and the retaining walls that would go in as part of that work. It's that element of the proposal that was considered to result in significant visual harm and had resulted in the recommendation for refusal. As that is excluded from the proposals, the remainder of the works as set out in the report are considered to be acceptable. So subject to controls, the field track, drain, trough, some of the level changes, installation of manholes and attenuation pond are considered to have the potential to be acceptable, subject to conditions. Within that, we'd want specific details just showing how the water will continue to run off site, and also a timescale for the earthworks that have been piled on site as part of the drain excavation to be put back, because we do consider the site as it currently is having a harmful impact on the landscape. So we would want to see a timescale to resolve that harm that has taken place. So subject to that, the application is being recommended for approval now. I just want to confirm the conditions that are being proposed. There would be accordance with the approved plans, a condition confirming for clarity that any works within that purple line, there is no planning permission granted for those. A timescale for completion of the resurfacing works, final detail of the drainage connection going off site. In particular, that's important because we do note the parish council have raised a concern about drainage supply going off site, but we do consider that the proposal suggesting that can continue, but we'd just like to control the detail. The landscaping scheme to be implemented, including replacement trees. We would want to see a bit more detail from the plan that you've got in front of you, and the ecologist has also asked for an alternate species mix. An arboricultural method statement prior to further works being carried out. That's to help manage soils that have been placed around the roots of trees. Measures to exclude livestock from the attenuation pond. Details of the manholes, and a trough to be constructed of local gritstone. I'd also just want to add that consultation is still underway on this application, so the recommendation is being made subject to whether any further responses are received following this meeting that are contrary to the resolution reached, in which case a decision would need to be reached in conjunction with Chair and Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. So we have one speaker, Mr. Ken Wainman. Yes, who is the agent. So if you could take your seat, and there's a button to press when you're seated. You've been here before? So you know you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I won't take 3 minutes. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for letting me speak on behalf of the applicant, who is here today. And on his behalf, I thank the Planning Office for the understanding and positive approach with regard to the amendment. The suggestion that the application be amended and changed to a recommendation is very welcome and appreciated. If the application is amended as recommendation, it would accord with the development plan and satisfy the statutory requirement to conserve and enhance the landscape. The track has been redesigned and reduced in width and is now a field track rather than a complete track. Tracks such as this are a common feature in this particular landscape character area. When the work is finished, completed, the appearance will be very little different from that there at the moment, or that prior to work starting. If the application is approved, it would allow the field track, the drain and the subsoil and topsoil to be respread and grass. It would solve the problems of access, flooding and lack of water supply both on the site and to the neighbouring field. Further, the proposed landscape scheme and pond would significantly enhance biodiversity and conserve and enhance the landscape. Mr. Johnson, the applicant, is a farmer's son, smallholder and stonemason with over 20 years of experience in repairing and restoring stone buildings. He is genuine in his desire, very genuine in fact, to farm the land productively and efficiently. Therefore, I would ask the committee to consider approving this amended application. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just ask when the consultation period will finish?
I'll just find the date now. Sorry, 1 second. I believe it finishes on the 17th of April.
Thank you. Okay, members, we have this before us. Would anybody like to comment? Ken?
Thank you, Chair. A number of questions sprang to mind in reading the report, and changing the recommendation doesn't answer them. How was the site accessed previously? Do we know? I mean, essentially, why the need for a new access route?
Yeah, that is something that is considered a little bit in the report. There wasn't a track there previously. There was a gate. I'll just go back to the slide for you. If you give me a moment. Yeah, so there was originally a gate onto the site, but there wasn't a field track. So I presume situation was that someone could drive onto the land but not across a track.
And there's reference in paragraph 29 to a dilapidated sub. Do we know what that was draining? I ask because of the coal extraction that's occurred in the area, and the implication seems to be that the water is going to be used for watering stock. Where did that water come from?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure where the water is coming from, to be honest. My assumption is that it is just water draining off higher land, but I don't know the precise answer.
I was going to ask about unauthorised engineering works and enforcement, but you answered that question, so thank you.
Anybody else? Ken?
It's just this attenuation pond. Obviously back in Barnsley we're seeing it more often, and I've got a little beef about, whilst it's on private land, I think life preserver ought to be there, just in case.
If I didn't say it, I'm sorry, because I meant to say in the conditions that the ecologist has asked for measures to prevent livestock from going onto the attenuation pond. I wouldn't necessarily be expecting those to be excessive, but I suppose they will provide some form of barrier to stop anyone going to the pond.
Well, from where I'm sitting in Barnsley, it's unauthorised access for kids. I won't dive into Steve's account.
Does anybody else wish to speak? Right, we have this before us for approval. Would anybody like to... Patrick? Patrick has moved this for approval. Ian has seconded it. Those in favour of approving this application? Thank you, that's unanimous. Thank you very much. So we move on to application 8. We are a little early getting to this one. Do we know if we've got Kate Pearson here? No?
We've got Matthew Jones. We could do Sickleburn first if we've got Matthew Jones.
Yeah, may we have a 5-minute comfort break?
Yes, we'll have 5 minutes comfort break. We'll come back for 1:15, please.
That's great. Thank you very much, Ben. So the application site is Topcroft, which is an extended traditional semi-detached property located in Aston, attached to Wellcroft Farmhouse, which both properties are logged in the HBSMR as extant 19th century farmsteads. Aston on the northern slopes of the Hope Valley. So nearby to the site, we've got Topcroft itself with the attached neighbour Wellcroft. We've also got Aston Hall, which is a large farm with a Grade 2 listed farmhouse there. And then just over here we have Aston Hall Farmhouse, which is just a modern bungalow. So we have a public right-of-way which runs parallel to Parsons Lane, which is the road which takes you from Hope Valley to Aston. And then in 2023, planning permission was granted for a new outbuilding to be used for ancillary and incidental purposes with Topcroft as one single dwelling house. And then development commenced in or around July 2024. Some clarity on the condition. So condition 4 is currently worded as: the premises shall not be used for any purpose other than domestic garaging and uses ancillary to the residential enjoyment of Topcroft as a single dwelling house. Now, in 2025, there were inquiries received about the building being used as a short-term holiday let and advertised on Airbnb. So this would be in breach of the condition because essentially the use of that part of the building as a short-term holiday let would not be ancillary to the residential enjoyment of Topcroft. So that's why we're asking for condition 4 to be amended. And here are the existing floor plans. They're the approved floor plans, and these are what they want it to be replaced with. So the application is also requesting that condition 2 be varied to change the floor plan to go from a exercise and media room on the ground floor to a holiday let with a kitchenette, shower room, ensuite WC. Okay. And I'll show you what the building is at the moment. So, as I say, this was constructed in 2024, profile metal sheeted with black window detailing, sited in the garden of Topcroft, kind of in a little corner formed by the 2 adjoining agricultural buildings, which are outside of the land ownership. So there you go. There the one traditional building and one more modern building. There you go, that's the, so for some clarity, the front of the building here, on the ground floor, this is where the holiday let would be, with an ensuite kind of running perpendicular. The remainder of the building would be used for incidental purposes, storage, workout space, office space, that sort of thing. Okay. So as I say, the application seeks permission to change the policy to allow a part of the building to be used as a short-term holiday let. Now, just for some clarification on the policies relating to that, the pertinent policy is policy RT2, which states that hotels, bed and breakfast and self-catering accommodation must conform to a set of principles. And one of those is that it should involve the change of use of a traditional building of historic or vernacular merit. And it goes on to state that new build holiday accommodation would not be permitted. So obviously the building built in 2024 is not traditional, and by virtue of its colour, materials, form, we don't consider it to have vernacular merit either. It is very much a contemporary building. And there's just the inside of the holiday let as well. So there's the kitchenette and the ensuite as well. So some of you might be aware that we have had instances where either through appeal or through delegated powers, we have allowed more modern buildings to be used as self-catering holiday accommodation. But these are typically buildings which have a more of a traditional character or a traditional vernacular, or alternatively, we have secured some enhancements to the form of the building or the design of the building as a result of the change of use. So this one is different to that. It doesn't have a strict traditional character or vernacular, and we wouldn't really secure any enhancements for its change of use. So, in principle, the application is not acceptable. However, in considering this application, we do have to acknowledge that the building already exists. We have previously determined it in 2023. We deemed that the replacement of the old building would provide a modest enhancement, which would conserve the characteristics of the area. So there would be no harm as a result of this application to the landscape character, the historic environment, that being in the curtilage of a historic building, and partially in the Aston Conservation Area as well. There's no concerns regarding residential amenity, particularly to Wellcroft, which is the adjoining neighbour. We think there is sufficient separation distance, a large enough garden, and by virtue of the scale of the building, we're not really concerned that there would be a significant impact on their residential amenity. There is also sufficient parking for the house and holiday let. So to conclude, there'll be no additional or kind of cumulative impact from the change of use proposed here to what has already been approved, shall I say. So as you'll be aware, you need to, in making planning decisions, the planning application should be determined in accordance with a development plan unless material planning considerations indicate otherwise. So in this instance, we acknowledge that the application is in conflict with the policy. However, it's worth noting that there are some benefits associated with the development. So the increase, the proposed development would provide an additional holiday let, which would provide a small economic benefit to local businesses such as cafes, pubs, any other visitor attractions. And furthermore, the use of a building as a holiday let would further the park's second purpose, that is to promote opportunities for the enjoyment of a national park. And furthermore, it would also follow the duty of a national park to foster economic and social well-being of communities within the national park. However, we feel that the harm to policy is sufficient to outweigh the positive benefits associated with the development. So the purpose of policy RT3 is to push investment into traditional buildings and to secure enhancement, finding a viable use for buildings. Clearly, this would not achieve that. While applications do need to be assessed on individual merits, approval of this application would be contrary to the aims of the core strategy. It could result in a proliferation of applications for new build holiday accommodation, which may be materially similar to this application. And it could, theoretically, that could negatively impact the amount of historic buildings being converted, particularly if there is a way for new build holiday accommodation to be constructed, as it would be cheaper to build new build holiday accommodation without the heritage constraints associated with converting an old one. And furthermore, with regard to this building, when we do push holiday lets into traditional buildings, there is a sense of the guests understanding the special qualities of National Park through their appreciation of the building itself. This wouldn't really achieve that, whilst they would acknowledge the landscape, the building itself would not further their understanding of the historic environment, say for example. And a significant concern to officers is that approval of this application could pave a way for landowners to circumnavigate the strategic policy relating to holiday lets. So approval of this may result in landowners achieving planning permission for a new building to meet one need and then subsequently coming in at a later date to achieve, to convert it into an alternative use. And clearly that would be, that would undermine the strategic policy there. So officers consider that whilst the building is there and there is no harm to the landscape, cultural heritage, highway or amenity, we do consider that the harm to the strategic policy intentions is sufficient to outweigh the benefits, and that's why the application has a recommendation of refusal. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one speaker, Kate Pearson. Could you take the seat, please, at the front? and you have 3 minutes. And if you could just press the button at the front when you're ready to speak. Just press it once.
Okay.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for taking the time to consider our application. I'd like to start by going back to the original intention behind this building. When we first planned it, the idea was simple and practical: to knock down an old, unattractive 1960s non-traditional garage and replace it with a multi-use space. We worked with a local architect to ensure an attractive and well-considered design. The idea was part of the downstairs would serve as a storage for bikes, tools and general household materials. We also wanted to create a family and office space, somewhere we could spend time together. And that's exactly what we built. As we began using the space, something became clear. Because we don't have a spare room in the house, the downstairs area naturally evolved into somewhere we could host visiting friends and family. It's a self-contained, comfortable space, but very much still part of our home. Our guests have consistently said that they really enjoyed staying there. Many even commented it would be a lovely place for a weekend break in the Peak District. So this application isn't about introducing something new or out of character. It's about formalising a use that has grown organically and in a controlled and responsible way. We're proposing a very small-scale use. Just one of the 3 areas of the new building would be used, with a maximum of 2 guests. As Will's already said, in terms of impact, parking is fully contained. The scale of use is intentionally limited to avoid noise and disturbance. There is no capacity for larger groups. Many of our neighbours have expressed that they are happy with the proposal. It's been highlighted that our building is not traditional. While this is understandable comment, we wanted to highlight that it is a modern take on our agricultural buildings and barns that have formed an important part of the Peak District landscape since the 1900s. In fact, it nestles between 2 such buildings. In addition, it seems important to emphasise that the building is part of a historical property. Topcroft was built in the 17th century. We have maintained this and added to it carefully and in accordance with planning. The funds earned from the holiday let would enable us to ensure this property does not fall into disrepair and continues to represent the area, which we love. Guests would have a unique experience of being surrounded by a working farm, and the views at Topcroft really are unique and would provide a lovely place to stay, giving an excellent impression of the Hope Valley and the wider Peak District. The feedback also mentions the policy implications for allowing a holiday let in a fairly new building. If ours was to be seen as setting a precedent, then it could set only a very restricted example. It's a small space for a maximum of 2 people, and we only want to let it for a maximum of 90 days or potentially even less. After all, it is in our garden. We don't want people there all the time. Also, as a potential holiday let is just 1 room, it's not suitable for anyone to live in full time, so it offers accommodation without reducing the number of our houses available for local families to live in permanently. Our location is another advantage, as the main villages get very busy with traffic, whereas ours would offer an option away from this. We hope you'll see this as a sensible and proportionate step. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, members, would anybody like to speak on this? Martin.
Question. If this application as currently presented was presented originally, would it be accepted?
No, I don't think so. So that'll bring us back to the policy point about RT2 stating that new build holiday accommodation would not be acceptable. So while it might be acceptable as an ancillary use to the main house, if forming a separate unit through the use as a holiday let would not be acceptable in policy terms.
If the holiday let was presented as a additional bedroom, would any condition be put on it?
Yes, so it would be. So it would be a tie as a single planning unit and as an ancillary function to the main house. So, for example, guests of the house could go and stay in there because there is still a tie to the main house. It's unlikely that they'd meet all their needs through that self-contained unit. Whereas using it as a holiday let with a kitchenette and a self-contained bathroom, it implies that it is almost a separate unit of occupation, and that wouldn't be allowed if we had approved it as an annex.
Patrick?
I must admit my first reaction seeing it on site was to ask myself what conceivable harm this was doing. But I'll try and address the policy points. I'm having some difficulty in working out exactly what the change of use is. What is there now, with its kettle, with its lavatory, with its self-contained business, is the sort of things that in some households they set out for when Aunt Aggie comes to stay or something, and they've got the kettle there, they don't have to go across to the kitchen in the pouring rain to get their cup of tea in the morning and so on and so forth. You could have a suite of rooms like this inside the house, and I wonder whether we would actually be saying, oh, you can't have people to come and Airbnb in that when it's inside the house. And I'm wondering what simply because this one is separate, I'm finding the dividing line so intricate as between what is acceptable normally in terms of additional holiday accommodation in your house and what isn't. There was a time in my life when we used to have paying guests. We set aside a particular room and a particular bathroom upstairs, gave them a kettle and so on and so forth, and we'd give them a breakfast in the morning. Would it have made any difference if we'd stuck them in the garage? I honestly don't know, but I'm finding that line of argument incredibly esoteric, and I don't know what we're going to trying to achieve by it. We're told that this is to encourage investment in other heritage buildings. In heritage buildings. We've had this argument several times before over the years, and I've never yet seen anything in any of our documents which says that that is the purpose of the policy. We don't describe what the purpose of the policy is anywhere. The nearest I've got is within the development management policies, and if you'll excuse me, Chairman, I'll just read out what it says. The heading is conversion of buildings other than designated heritage assets. And it says there are other lower quality or rudimentary buildings, i.e. those that do not possess the same qualities as heritage assets in terms of their materials and design, that may also be the subject of planning applications for conversion. It is anticipated that such buildings will rarely be worthy of conversion to high density uses, and as such will not normally be permitted. The approval of such buildings will only be permitted by way of exception, where they display sufficient quality and substance to justify their survival. Now, that seems to me to be, this is a building of, I think it's a rather good building on this site. It's a building of some substance, it's there. I can't see where the harm comes in this application at all. And I personally don't think it's particularly against policy. Our core strategy allows the conversion of buildings preferably in heritage buildings. It then goes on with another policy, which is the one that's being relied on, which says that they shall be in heritage buildings. No reason is given for it in the policy. I don't see the point. I don't see where we're going to with this. But what I do see is that this sort of accommodation, and this is a new factor since these policies were devised, this sort of accommodation gets around the Airbnb problem. But the more of this sort of accommodation we have, the less people are going to be letting out their own homes and using them for holiday accommodation when they could be used for living in. And for me, I have no problems with this application whatsoever. I'm going to move it for approval. On the basis, of course, that if a holiday condition is needed, then it must have a time limit condition on occupancy.
Thank you, Patrick. Ken?
Thank you, Chair. You perhaps won't be surprised to hear I don't entirely agree with Patrick's analysis. My concern is the impact on strategic policy, the overarching policy that guides the assessment of applications and the recommendations that result, and the conditions that are accepted by applicants and then ignored. Whilst I recognise that there is the danger of precedent being set, at the same time we have to view each application on its merits, which I think is entirely appropriate. I think that to accept a permission to build a property and then within 3 years, less than 3 years, to ignore the restrictive condition that says you will deal with this property in this particular way, and then come back and seek to have that condition removed is a bit of a cheek. I don't accept the applicant's argument that using it as a family room is the same as letting it as on a commercial basis as an Airbnb property. I think that's disingenuous at best. I think that the use of the property has changed significantly from what was approved in the first place. It's classed as a garage. There is no vehicular access. There are raised beds outside the access to the garage. It's being used as a commercial let. And I think that the precedent that has been raised, the strategic precedent that we'll raise, is entirely a cogent one. That what we need to be able to do is to manage the ways in which these kinds of properties are used across the national park, both to accommodate tourists, to enable communities to thrive, but also to address our statutory purposes to conserve the landscapes of the national park. Now, on that basis, not only, if we approve this, not only are we flying in the face of our strategic policy with regard to the way this is handled, but it's also demonstrating to anyone and everyone that if they get a permission for a particular use of a building and then ignore it, then we'll roll over and in 3 years, less than 3 years' time, we'll come back and say, yes, you can go ahead with that, which I think is entirely wrong. We made the decision in the first place, I consider, for the right reasons. The applicant accepted those reasons and those conditions, and I don't think it's appropriate for us to change them now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ken. Anybody else like to speak? Jean.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to second the approval because I totally agree with what Patrick said. I understand what Ken said as well, but I think the use is there. I think it's there for people to use to come and visit the Peak District, and I think I think Patrick made all the points anyway, and all the policies he pointed out. But I think you did mention a condition, Patrick. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. If this was to go for approval, what would be the conditions?
Okay, so condition 2 would be amended to show the revised floor plan, and then condition 4 would be amended to read: the accommodation hereby approved shall be ancillary to the residential use of Topcroft and shall not be occupied other than as a short-term holiday let or as residential accommodation ancillary to the enjoyment of Topcroft, and together with the main house shall be maintained as a single planning unit. And then we'd add another condition stating in respect of short-term holiday let, it shall not be occupied by one person for a period exceeding 28 days. So, yeah, we'd amend 2 conditions and add an additional one.
Thank you. Okay, members, we've had a proposal to approve this application and it's been seconded. Those in favour of approval? 3. Those in favour of, not in favour of approval? 4, 5. Thank you very much. So that has been carried as not being approved.
No, we need another motion.
So we need another motion for following the officer's recommendation of non-approval. So Ken, seconded by Mike. So can we have a vote again, please, for that motion of not approving this application? Thank you. And those against? 3. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Yes, it is, yeah.
What, when you're voting? No, I wasn't. I would have abstained on that one because I joined.
Are we on time?
5 minutes early.
We've got an agent coming to speak to us.
Yeah, 5 minutes early.
Is that the agent doing it? Are you Mr. Jones, the agent? Do you mind? We're a bit early. Do you mind if we start now? Thank you very much. Agenda item 9, Sickle Home Garage, Bakery and Shop. John, you're introducing it, I think.
It is me, Chair, thank you, and good morning, members. This is the application site, Sickler Home Service Station, which is situated at the traffic light control junction between the main Hope Valley Road, which runs from Hathersage to the east of this slide towards Hope in the west, and Station Road, which is the road which leads north up to Bamford Village. For context, members will know the site reasonably well. Opposite the garage, you've got the former Marquis of Granby hotel site here. There is a commercial office and book provider within the building here. Open fields to the east, and particularly important, there are 2 individual residential properties just off the northwest corner of the site. Within the garage, you've got fuel sales, a convenience store, and jet wash and car wash to the rear, along with ample forecourt areas. And this application concerns the western part of the building, which is a lower single-storey part. I'll just move on to the next slide. It's an aerial view that shows a little bit more detail. These are the immediate adjacent residential properties. They are separated from the garage by a tall hedge and fence, and they're set back from the frontage and the public face, as it were, of the business premises. This slide also shows there are 4 uncontrolled accesses into the site, unusually, giving access to the fuel sales area principally, and here to the main parking area for the convenience store. This access here is quite close to the junction, so it tends to be used for in only by those in the know, but each of those accesses are actually uncontrolled. Just some context for you. So this is a site looking west, fuel sales, convenience store, manager's flat over, parking area to the right, and then looking from the other direction, the same again, but this is the single-storey section which is the subject of this application, where the blue doors are, and the proposal is to convert that into a retail bakery, ancillary to the main garage business. Just closing a little bit more just to show the relationship. So you can just see here these 2 dwellings. There's one to the left in this slide. They're both 1.5 storey dwellings behind the boundary hedges. But each does have a high level window in each of the gable ends facing towards the garage premises, and they can just be seen over the hedge. So this is the property to the right, the north, I should say, of the garage premises. So the garage is to the left of this slide. There is the high level window here, but you can see here the very tall boundary detail between the 2. And behind that hedge, you've got the car wash and the jet wash, and the back of the proposed building that's the subject of this application. And then this is the dwelling to the west. You can see here it's set well back from the frontage, which will be the proposed new shop front for the bakery. Nevertheless, it is the closest receptor dwelling. And that's from within the site, looking at that dwelling to the west. Again, you can see the intervening hedge And this is taken from the rear sort of service area, the back of house where you enter the car and jet wash facility. So just moving back to the front, so it's this section which would be proposed to be converted to a retail bakery, and these are the doors which would be replaced by a shop front. I'll show you in the slides in a minute. This is the rear of the building, and as you'd expect, away from the sort of the main public glare, you've got all the back of house storage facilities and sort of activities that are essential in any sort of business like this. There is some glazing here to the back of the building, and this is the access on the right hand side round the back to the car and jet wash facilities. So moving to the detailed plans, that's the existing garage frontage. It was formerly used for car sales, but that use has now ceased. And the proposal replaced those blue roller shutter doors with a modern shop front in dark sort of anthracite coloured framing, which would reflect that in the existing convenience store. There will be some small bollards in front just to protect the glazing from vehicles. At the rear, that's the existing rear we saw in the previous slides, there would be, the only change would be 3 condenser units, and these are the condenser units which relate to the chillers and fridges which would be essential within the bakery business. And there would be a small ventilation fan extract which would come out just under the eaves at that point there. I should say at this point that there are no concerns from the Environmental Health Officer about the noise from these condenser units. They're quite low level. There was some concern, you'll see in your report, about the noise from the ventilation fan extract. This is proposed to vent from the room itself, the bakery room itself. It's not over fryers or coming directly from ovens, like it would be in a flue extract from a fish and chip shop or a commercial pub kitchen, something like that, where you have these sort of larger flues which emit quite a lot of odour. This is primarily to remove air from the room, the bakery room, and remove heat. And you'll see from your report there was some initial concerns from the Environmental Health Officer about the noise from that on the adjoining property. But with the amended noise report and the fitting of a proposed silencer, the Environmental Health Officer is happy that at night-time noise will be below any level which would cause harm to the immunity of the neighbouring property. So hence, in the recommendation, we do have a condition covering that. But as it's been suggested, it would be appropriate to draw out of that report a specific maximum decibel level in the precise wording of the condition when it's, if it goes forward. As always, in your reports, the conditions are always a summary of the actual wording. So just to move on, this is the layout of the garage at the moment. So you've got the existing convenience store here, car wash and jet wash to the rear, and as I say, a flat above. This is the current empty car sales area which would go for the bakery. There is parking here currently for visiting vehicles. There is some parking to the rear which is generally used by the flat and staff, and there is a sort of a larger forecourt area to the right here which again is used by visiting members of the public to the garage, along with obviously the parking for the fuel sales. None of that parking is particularly well marked out at present, and we'll see the proposal for that in a moment. The internal layout, just zoomed in a little bit, there is no connection to the existing retail space. It will be ancillary and owned by the same business. You have a sort of servery area in the public area of the proposed bakery, and then this area would be for food preparation. That's just zoomed in, I don't think it adds any more. So in terms of the parking, the proposal, we've got an amended parking plan to accommodate the highway authorities' sort of slight concerns about how vehicles manoeuvre on the site. So these parking spaces would now be marked out formally. There are 13 in total, 2 of which would be dedicated specifically for accessible parking. We have residential parking for the flat at the rear, along with staff parking. a second flat parking space here and parking for customers here and here. With that being properly marked out on site, along with internal signage to better control exit and entry, the Highway Authority are happy with the proposal. Specifically with the entrance, the Highway Office is concerned about this access here because it's so close to the traffic lights that if that was used for exit, it brings into conflict with vehicles waiting at the lights.
As we discovered yesterday.
We did see some quite congestion yesterday on site. So he feels that that needs to be marked internally for no exit. But subject to that, he's happy with the proposal from the highways and traffic generation point of view. So in summary, the proposal for a small-scale retail bakery business, ancillary to the existing garage business that already exists on the site, which does operate 24/7 for fuel sales and convenience goods. The bakery business would accord with our policies for such small-scale business activities ancillary to another business in a location such as this. There aren't any design concerns over the shop front. There's no wider landscape impact. And with the suitable conditions suggested, there's no concerns about impact on the neighbouring amenity. So for those reasons, Chair, the recommendation is one of approval.
Thank you very much. We've got the one speaker, Mr. Jones. You've been watching the process, so you know how it works.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Committee, for your time. Many of you will be aware that the site serves as a community facility for both Bamford and the wider Hope Valley, currently providing fuel and groceries. As you have heard, the proposal is for the reuse of the existing part of the building as a bakery. The intention is to serve existing customers primarily, offering a larger range of fresh food to customers and ensure the site as a whole remains a viable proposition into the future and can continue to serve that community. We are aware of the concerns about traffic and noise and have worked hard to minimise the risk of disturbance to the neighbouring properties. The proposed extraction system includes filters and silencers so noise and odours are contained within the building. And as John has explained, the scheme includes for formalising parking on site to control this better. We also understand residents have made representations about the opening time. Staff will need to be in the unit early to prepare the fresh sandwiches and the like for the lunchtime trade. Between 6 a.m. and 8 a.m, a very limited breakfast service will be offered. This is primarily designed to serve shift workers, farm workers, etc., who would be passing through the site or calling at the site anyway. The operator's experience from similar sites that they run with similar offers is that sales in the early morning period are low, but they do provide a useful contribution to the viability of the operation and meeting customer expectations. As John has highlighted, the fuel and retail side of the business already operate 24 hours, so we don't expect a significant increase in activity in these morning periods. We also note the highways conditions proposed, requiring the design and implementation of signage and pedestrian walkways on site, and I'm happy to confirm our client is very supportive of these measures. Therefore, we would ask you to support this application to help secure the site's role as an important community facility, continuing to serve Bamford and the Hope Valley. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, members, I think this is straightforward, but Mike?
I know you said that it's been said that the shop would open from 6 o'clock in the morning, but it's quite likely that any bread baked is going to be done at an earlier point, probably between 4 and 6.
Mm. Can I just confirm, I presume that the highway condition is not just to submit details, but actually to implement them and maintain them?
Yes, as always, it's a summary, but yes, I
Yeah.
definitely confirm that the precise wording would make sure that there's an implementation section within the formal condition.
Okay. Any other members? Well, on that basis, and with the maximum dB level emphasised, yes, would somebody like to propose that for approval? Ken, thank you. That's seconded. Anybody got any other comments to make? In that case, all in favour? Anyone against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. That's... Yeah, I'll go and get it this way.
Break now. 20 minutes early.
Listen to the last one from upstairs.
So this is the end of year report, so it includes statistics for the entire year. One thing to update in the notices issued, you'll see that 5 notices are listed there. But since I wrote this report, Liz and Angela, I believe, have issued 2 additional enforcement notices which have just crept in at the last minute. I haven't got the details of those in front of me, but that should be noted. In terms of performance, we've performed very well, as you can see, and from the statistics, the number of inquiries has been reduced from 113 down to 78, and as I think I mentioned last quarter, that is now a sort of a normal working caseload. So those inquiries are fairly new complaints that were received that we're investigating to see if a breach has occurred. So we're happy that that is a sort of a healthy level of inquiries and that we can investigate those quickly and then decide what action needs to be taken in an efficient manner. In terms of breaches, which is enforcement cases where we have established that there is a breach of planning control, that a decision needs to be taken on one way or another. The number of received breaches has decreased, and that is largely as a result of inquiries being dealt with. So as the inquiries drops off, then the number of those being converted into cases obviously will decrease. So it'll be interesting to see how that changes. But the number investigated you'll be able to see has increased again from last year, which is already a good year. So we've resolved 218 enforcement cases, which is well above our annual target of 120. So the outstanding number of cases has decreased from 414 to 336, which is excellent. It's probably still a little bit high. I wouldn't say we've got to the position now where we are fully on top of those breaches. But as I've mentioned before, we are getting to the stage now where we are coming across the more complicated cases that require perhaps more formal action or more detailed discussions and negotiations with people, and that's what we're working through at the moment. So I expect over the next year the sort of spike in work will start to transfer from what we were doing dealing with the simpler cases to dealing with the more complicated cases, and that work will start to come to our colleagues in the legal team, and we'll be looking in all likelihood to issue some more notices and deal with resulting appeals and potential legal work if necessary. So that's all really positive. Obviously you can see in there the lists of the breaches resolved in the last quarter, and then at the bottom you've got the outstanding enforcement notices, which we have dedicated lists for and we're actively looking at. So out of those outstanding enforcement notices, a lot of them remain on the books because they are related to the use of land. So the enforcement notices remain there to effectively prevent that use of land reoccurring. But there are a number of old enforcement notices that haven't been complied with that we are looking at, communicating with landowners, finding what the situation is, and ultimately discussing with our colleagues in the legal team as to what the prospects are for continuing with those. So we will be looking at those. Looking forward to this year, we will be continuing that work. And my priority for this year with the team managers is to shift our focus from dealing with the backlog to looking at what our priorities are in terms of types of breaches, what policy issues, what impacts in terms of landscape or historic buildings we want to focus on. My intention, probably later this year, would be to come back to members with an updated enforcement plan with a bit more of a plan as to what that will be as we move from dealing with a big lump of work to actually, okay, we've started to deal with that now. What are actually our priorities as the National Park Authority? Yeah, so happy to answer any questions.
Have we any questions? Ken?
It's just a comment, Chair. I just think, again, to congratulate officers in achieving the levels of resolution that they have. And I think, hopefully, we look forward to Adam's forward plan in due course.
Indeed. Yes, we were faced with some very large numbers to deal with, and I really commend our enforcement team for working through those and getting to the level that we've got to now. So pass on our congratulations, please. Okay, so if anybody else want to say anything? No? Can I, can I have somebody to move the report, please, as accepted? Everybody in agreement? Thank you very much. Thank you, Kath. So we're still a bit early. Oh, they're all here, thank you. Right, so I understand everybody is here for item 10, which is the full application for 4 local needs dwellings at land southeast of Wingate, the Myers, Birchover. So I'll pass.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so this is the application. This application seeks full planning permission for the erection of 4 dwelling houses, along with associated infrastructure that will include a new access and parking area. The dwellings will be for all affordable homes. So on the first slide, you can see this is the location plan. So this is the plot here. The future slides will zoom in a little bit, be a little bit clearer about what we're looking at. But the Birchover itself is just to the south here, the centre of Birchover. And you have a cluster of settlements either side of the site, which is marked in red here. And then the land marked in blue is within the ownership of the applicants, but is outside the scope of this planning application. The development site area is approximately 0.1 hectares and rises very gradually to the north and also rises gradually west to east. The site consists of open, mainly rough grasslands bounded by drying stone walls. The Myers is a C-classified road which runs along the southern boundary, so that's here, and then which bends to the east before dropping down and meeting Main Street at the centre of Birchover, which is approximately 160 metres to the south. So this is an aerial view, which maybe shows things a little more clearly. So this is the site here, this is the highway, and then there's the bend as it drops down through the thick bank of trees into the centre of Birchover here. The Birchover Conservation Area ends approximately 40 metres to the southeast of the site. So effectively where the trees here meet the open field, that is effectively the boundary of the conservation area. And then there's the site here. Now move on to the proposed plans. This is the proposed site plan. The access will be provided here. And it stated that it would provide 15-metre visibility displays in either direction. The stone wall will be set back and rebuilt here and here. The dwellings will consist of 2 bedroom flats, which would be these units, 1 downstairs, 1 upstairs, a 3-bedroom dwelling, which is this here, and a 2-bedroom dwelling here. In total, there will be 6 car parking spaces, as you can see. Move to next, another site plan, slightly closer view. You can see the access, the visibility displays, parking spaces, the rear gardens. A small access will be retained for the applicants to continue to utilise the land that they own to the rear here. So on the screen now we can see proposed elevations. So this plan is showing the elevations for the 2 flats. As the report makes clear, officers consider that the dwellings in their form, scale, materials, with the use of local gritstone and blue slate roofs, an overall design with a high solid to void ratio will be considered appropriate and has now responded well to the guidance, our design guide. As I go through these plans, do note the floor areas which are marked to the top left of the elevation plans. So as you can see, this is for 38.7 for each flat. The floor areas for the flats will be nominally under the national space standards, but we will be within the maximum areas allowed under policy DMH1, as with the floor areas for the 2 and 3 bedroom homes. So this is the floor plan for the flats. You can see the separate access to the sides, one there, and then the other one which leads to the staircase that takes you upstairs to the one-bedroom flat. And now we see the elevations, again very similar. The design, as you can see, very similar across the 4 units. This is for the 2-bedroom house. Floor area to the left. Notice solar panels, which all 3 buildings would have. Again, floor plan for the 2-bedroom unit. And then we move to the elevations for the 3-bedroom house. Again, materials, design, style, form, very similar across all buildings. And then the floor plan for the 3-bedroom property. Sorry. And then finally, as far as the plans are concerned, this is a drawing showing the street scene, indicative street scene with the access to the centre, and rebuilt and resited boundary wall to here. In terms of the list of conditions, do note that a condition relating to hard and soft landscaping has been recommended to ensure details of hard surfacing and tree planting is submitted to the authority for approval, if indeed obviously the application is approved today. Now we move on to the photos of the site and surrounding area. So this image was taken from the opposite side of the highway, and we're looking at the location of the access. So approximately here. The rough grassland is visible, and then beyond is the open agricultural field here. Now from the same position, we're now looking east on the approach to Birchover. So as we move up the highway here, we come to the bends, at which point it drops down, and then we enter the centre of the village. Again from the same position, now looking west, you can see the gable end here of the property known as Wingate. Now this photo is taken from near the proposed access. Again, looking west, down the Myers. Same position, now looking up, looking east. You've got Kiln House, in the detached house known as Kiln House here. And now again, same position, looking straight across from where the proposed access would be. And here we're looking at the large dwelling known as the Myers, this property here. The thick bank of trees beyond which is where Birchover is. So on the other side of those trees, effectively, is where the Corder village is. At this point, we've moved down the road to the west. So the site is in this plot here, with obviously the houses that we can see either side. And now this is a final photograph. We're going up the road and looking back, and we've come past the bends. If we continued out of shot, we would end up in the village. But here we're looking back down towards the site, which is here. So the large property facing here, Wingate here, and then just out of shot is the two semi-detached homes to our right. So yeah, the site is in the middle of the picture. Okay, so I'll just summarise the recommendation, which is one of approval. The committee report states that the site is considered to be outside of Birchover and just beyond the edge of the village, and therefore this development would be considered to be a departure from policies DS1 and DMH1. However, the development would deliver 4 affordable homes, and it is considered that the size of the dwellings would respond to the needs identified in the housing needs statement, while incorporating the flexibility on house sizes allowed under DMH1, the practice notes for DMH1. The development's significant contribution to the established local need for affordable housing would, it is considered, outweigh the conflict with DMH1 and DS1. This could be achieved without undue harm to the landscape, residential amenity, the operation of the local highway and biodiversity, while it is considered delivering good quality design. The application is therefore recommended for approval, subject to the listed conditions and the agreement of a Section 106 to secure the affordable homes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, John. So we have 5 speakers. All I would ask is that people don't repeat what has already been said. And could we have Mr. Paul Tozer first? I'd like you to sit there, please. There's a button on the front. If you press that, that will set the microphone going, and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, I'll try not to take up 3 minutes. My objection, living next door to the site at number 1 Parkview, is primarily the character of the area. The village has been noted on a number of reports that I've read as being, where does it describe it? The area consists, Birchover, the village, of tight-knit groupings of buildings. This area, the Myers, doesn't have tight-knit areas of buildings. That is its main characteristic, the open countryside. That is why I fell in love with the place when I first looked at the house. Before I went in, I stood at my gate, looked around and appreciated that this is, the Peak District. This is why I live here. It means an awful lot to me as a human being to have that much open space. And I think that's true of all of us that live along there. We clearly have the choice to live in more intensely built up areas. And I feel there aren't so many places left in the country, maybe not even in Derbyshire, that afford that sort of special environment. Now, I've always looked at the Peak Park Planning Board to be protecting that particular characteristic of the Peak Park. Many people I've heard complaining about the requirements for details on their planning application. And I tended not to worry about that so much, thinking it is keeping it within character. But I then point out at the open spaces that haven't been built on, which in many other places that do not have the protection of a Peak Park Planning Board are subjected to. And that really is the essence of my objection. I know that the other people here have different points to make, so I won't touch on those. And hopefully you understand my position, what my objection is based on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have Marcy Edwards now, who has sent in a statement that's going to be read out by Democratic Services.
We live at Wingate, directly adjoining the application site, and have for the last 4 or so years. I speak today as an objector to this application. I would like to focus on 3 key concerns: policy, housing need, and local impact. Firstly, policy. The officer's report is clear that this site lies outside the settlement and beyond the defined village edge. That places it in direct conflict with core policies designed to protect the national park. These policies are not minor technicalities. They are fundamental safeguards against incremental encroachment into the countryside. If this development is accepted as an exception, it becomes increasingly difficult to defend similar sites in the future. The issue is not this proposal in isolation, but the cumulative erosion of the landscapes these policies are intended to protect. Secondly, housing need. This proposal is justified almost entirely on the basis of local need, yet the evidence is limited. There has been no full housing needs survey, and only a small number of households have been identified in surrounding areas. Importantly, even the Housing Authority raises concerns about whether the proposed homes would generally meet that need. They highlight that, to be truly affordable to those in need, the level of discount required may make the scheme unviable for the developer. This creates a fundamental uncertainty. Either the homes are not genuinely affordable, or the scheme may not be deliverable as intended. In those circumstances, it is difficult to justify setting aside clear policy protections on the basis of benefits that are not assured. Thirdly, local impact. This site is not simply an infill gap. It forms part of the rural approach to the village and contributes to its open transitional character. Development here would extend the built form into an area that currently reads as the edge of the settlement, changing how the village is experienced. There are also ongoing concerns about highway safety and parking. While technical standards may be met, local experience, including that of the parish council, highlights real day-to-day issues on this stretch of road, including limited visibility, lack of pavement and seasonal congestion. In conclusion, this application requires you to set aside clear policy protections based on limited and uncertain evidence of need and at the cost of harm to the character of this part of the village. For those reasons, I respectfully ask you to refuse this application.
Thank you. Next we have Mr. Martin Pickford.
It's under 3 minutes, you'll be happy to hear. Do I have to press this red button?
No, it's already on.
It's already.
So you're fine.
I lived in that house directly across Myers' house from the proposed build, and this is an objection. So I've lived there for 27 years. The Myers is a historical name for an area of land that is wet, boggy, and during periods of heavy rain, prone to flooding. The objection from Mark Shimwell on the site articulates the various issues well, because he is the one who deals with it at the back. There has never been any building on this site before. It has always been agricultural in use. The Myers is not part of Birchover. It is not infill. This land is an essential breathing gap between the two. The application would cram too much into a small space, which will be out of character with the rest of the Myers. For example, all the other properties in the Myers have a garden to the front. This application has vehicle parking to the front. It would instantly look and feel totally different to everything else in the Myers. Historic applications have twice been rejected on this site. The impact on the landscape and ribbon development between the Myers and Eagle Tor, which is further down that road, being the primary concerns. Landscape issues are barely mentioned in the current planning officer's report. Nothing has changed in terms of landscape and ribbon development concerns. The evidence does not support this application. The phrase, "We all know there was a need for affordable housing," is often used. Whilst this is certainly true nationally, where is the evidence for Birchover? The evidence that we do have is the housing needs statement for Birchover, but this is for older people of 25th of July last year, so less than a year ago. And I quote, "There are no applicants on the housing register that are in housing need that live in Birchover and meet the PDNA's 10-year criteria. None. There are or were 6 in adjoining parishes, 5 over 70 and 1 in the 60 to 69 year bracket. There is no evidence to say that they would actually want to live in the Myers. Derbyshire Dales District Council Housing and Enabling Officer is quite clear in what she's put on the site that the preference and the need is for 1 to 2 bedroom bungalows. The local plan has already been fulfilled for Birchover, with 6 houses already at Barton Hill. A development of 9 affordable houses has been agreed in Yulgrave, which includes both 2 and 3 bedroomed houses. Acceptance of this submission would result in more speculative applications outside of the plan. All the residents of the Myers object to this application, as do Birchover Parish Council. Is that it?
You can just conclude,
I've got
please.
2 sentences.
Yeah.
As of checking Rightmove today, there are properties available with the local occupancy clause for sale in Birchover. Indeed, Birchover is very lucky in that it has a significant number of houses already with the local occupancy clause. That's it.
Thank you. Next we have Linda Neal, please.
Hello, I'm Linda Neal, I'm Chair of Birchover Parish Council.
We have put in two objections during the course of this application. I just felt I wanted to come along this morning so that I could just say, I don't want to add anything to that, but there are certain things I would like to say. One being road safety and the traffic along there. The photographs you've got do not reflect what the parking is like over the weekend when visitors come and park. Along this front wall you can see they've started parking there below the Druids, and it's throwing the cars onto the corner and causing quite a lot of problems. In fact, people are quite indiscriminate about where they do park. They'll leave the cars in gateways and all sorts of things, but in particular in the summer we do get a lot of visitors. I also just want to reiterate that I think the impact on the Myers of building the 3 properties would totally spoil the open aspect of the area. It is actually, if you look at it, it is actually totally cut off from the main part of the village by the ridge and the wooded area. So it is part of Birchover, but it isn't part of the built-up area. It is the open aspect and the approach to it. I agree with what people say about the housing issue. We haven't done a housing survey in the village. I've only been the chair of the parish council for 2 years now, so we've not done that. But when I looked at the housing officer's report that she sent in, it did say that the need was for people over 60. I am concerned that a 3-bedroomed detached house built there may not be affordable at all. The cost of building has gone up over the years. Finally, I think I just want to say that our draft parish statement that hasn't been put on the website as yet, it was submitted over a year ago. Our aspirations as a parish council were to maintain and preserve the character of the village by protecting green spaces and existing housing within the village, including the current conservation area. I'm well aware that this year the Peak District National Park will be 75 years old, and my understanding has always been that the Peak Park, we're here to protect the landscape and the open spaces for visitors and residents and for people to enjoy. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next we have Laura Melstrom.
Thank you. I've spoken to you on previous occasions about the importance and the serious shortage of affordable housing in the National Park, and yes, I'm at it again. But this time I'm speaking in a dual capacity, both as District Councillor for Yorgrave Ward, but also on a personal level as a resident of Birchover. So the applicants are neighbours of mine, and I wanted to be clear about that connection. I know from past experience that all members here are well aware of the housing problems in the Peak Park and the national housing shortage. So I'm very pleased to see that this application is recommended for approval. I'm aware that the applicants have made a number of significant revisions to the buildings and the layout on officer advice and following the initial public consultation. 2 public meetings have been held in the village, organised by the parish council, at which the application has been discussed. And obviously I'm aware that the parish council has objected to the application and a number of others. I've read all the letters and comments on the planning portal, and I understand everyone's concerns. Nobody wants a building site in their village, and we would all rather have green spaces than more buildings. But as district councillor, I'm made very aware of the housing problems faced by local people, not just in Birchover parish, but in the neighbouring parishes. The development at Yorgrave will not satisfy all the housing need in Yorgrave, for example. And there's also an issue for older single people as well as young families. That for older people, the options really are few and far between. The officer's report mentions that the site doesn't quite sit inside or on the edge of the village for the purposes of policy DS1, because the official settlement boundary is higher up the road. And just to clarify, Birchover Village is actually a higher level than this part, than the Myers is. It came as a surprise to me to learn that where the settlement boundary was, because this seems to me, when you look at the site, which has houses either side of it, like an obvious infill opportunity. So I'm glad to see that the officer's report takes a flexible approach to that issue in view of the evidence of local housing need from the housing department. In my written concerns on the previous version of these plans, I mentioned concerns about surface and groundwater drainage, and I see that new plans have been recently added for this. The movement of groundwater on the slope behind this site is clearly complex. The water drains down from Stanton Moor, and I see that there's a proposed condition for surface water drainage to be approved. So I hope the officers will pay close attention to the wider picture of surface and groundwater movement down that slope when they assess these plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have James Prince.
Yeah. Good afternoon. The site is owned by my family. It's actually owned by 4 people, and I'm one of the owners. All 4 owners reside in Birchover. 2 of them have an adult daughter currently on the affordable housing register. The daughter would like to live independently in Birchover, but is unable to because there's no suitable affordable housing in the village. My wife and I have 2 teenage daughters living at home. Although my daughters won't be old enough to live independently for some time, it's my hope that when they are old enough, they will have the option of renting or buying a property in Birchover, should they wish to do so. Birchover is the village where they were born, and many of their wider family and friends live in the village. There are many families in Birchover with older children in a similar situation. The way to enable these youngsters to have the option of residing independently in Birchover long term is through the mechanism of affordable housing. Open market housing in the area is too expensive for many. The proposed development site is ideal for an affordable housing development of the scale proposed. When we commenced the planning application process, our planning officer was Mark Nuttall. I'd like to quote Mark's opinion of the site from email correspondence dating from July last year. Mr. Nuttall said, and I quote, "Officers consider that the site would be suitable for an affordable housing development of the scale proposed. It would have no adverse impact upon the containment of built development within the area, would not extend it, and would have no significant impact on the character of the landscape." As site owners, we were also pleased to discover that another experienced Peak Park planning officer, Mr. John Shaw, also considers the site suitable for affordable housing. The proposed dwellings are all appropriately sized to provide genuinely affordable housing to meet existing local demand, whilst also helping to increase the stock of affordable housing in the village for the future. The proposed dwellings have been designed in strict adherence with the principles laid out in the Peak Park Design Guide. We've liaised with planning officers throughout the design process to ensure the building designs are sympathetic to the architectural heritage of the Peak District and will blend well with architectural styles already present in the village. While traditional in many respects, the buildings also utilise modern technology and are future-proofed with solar panels and air source heat pumps incorporated in all buildings. This environmentally sustainable, responsible design provides a low carbon footprint over the life of the buildings, while also ensuring that residents will enjoy low energy costs. To conclude, I'd just like to read a paragraph from John Shaw's Planning Committee report, where he states, and I quote, "The design, scale and layout of the development will be judged to be of a generally high quality and appropriate for the context of the site and its surroundings. The development could be accommodated without any unacceptable impacts upon the amenity of neighbouring properties or highway safety." Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have either Sandra or James Rimner here? No. In that case, we... But you don't want to speak? Okay. So Democratic Services will now read out a statement.
No, I don't.
You don't have... Have you given a statement in?
No, I haven't, no.
Right. But you don't want to speak?
No.
Fine. Okay, that concludes all the speakers. Thank you very much. We did do a site visit here yesterday. There were some comments on the site visit about maybe improving the frontage of the houses to make it a more of a green street scene. And I think officers have taken that away to have a look at. So has anybody got any other comments or questions that they'd like to make about this? Patrick. Oh, would somebody mind just pressing the button, please, on the microphone? Thank you.
I'm just wondering whether we could have an officer response on the doubts that have been thrown over the housing need figure.
Yeah, paragraph 31 of the report.
John?
Oh, sorry. Sorry, paragraph 31 of the report, these a discussion about the needs and the evidence provided is there. It is considered in the adjoining parishes to Birchover that there are 6 households in housing needs that meet the eligibility criteria in the first instance to occupy these homes. Now, in terms of the size of the properties, I appreciate the affordable housing team at Derbyshire Dales has referenced a preference for 1 or 2 bedroom properties. Here we do have 2 1-bedroom flats and 1 2-bedroom property as well. We do not consider it appropriate for bungalows in this location, given the street scene, given the character of the properties either side. So then the applicant has put forward this scheme to have flats across a 2-storey property. The 2-bedroom property would be, again, 2-storey and would be within the house sizes allowed by our policies. The 3-bedroom property, later in that paragraph 31, it does reference the development management practice note, which does allow flexibility to go beyond identified needs. So I quote, couples or 2 people forming a household together can apply for homes up to 70 square metres, and families or people forming a household together of 3 or more can apply for homes up to 97 square metres. Now, in a housing needs statement, we do have a couple and an adult identified. So we do feel that it will be compliant with both the policy and the practice notes. I acknowledge a housing needs survey has not been carried out, but as the report goes on to say, and as the housing officer also makes clear, it is very common when they're carried out to find additional needs over and above what is identified in the housing needs statement. So on that basis, we are comfortable that there is a need for these properties in this location. And that's basically that's our position on that.
Did you want to come back on that, Patrick? No, fine. Okay. Anybody else like to raise anything?
There we are. Look, I understand some of the arguments that are being put against this application. We have a legal duty to have regard to the social welfare of our local population. We have received, as Councillor Maelstrom has indicated, strong indications from across the National Park about the need for the right sort of affordable housing to serve our villages. Birchover may be lucky, luckier than most anyway, in terms of its population balance and so on and so forth. But a lot of our villages are suffering from the fact that they can't keep young people and younger people because there isn't the housing there to support it. And then we hear the complaints about holiday accommodation and so on and so forth. And one needs housing that can be used and looked after by local people. And the principle of providing a development like this must surely be right. I'm very sympathetic to the problem of looking at a site like this and realising the impact it's going to have locally. We've had 2 or 3 applications in my own village of Taddington, one right next door to me, and it's not comfortable, but it's necessary because you need to keep these younger people in the villages to support the villages and the local economy in the long run, and that sense of ownership and belonging to a village is very important. I do think that the quotation that we had from somewhere that this was a natural place to look for affordable housing is right. I appreciate it's not directly attached to the village, but I think in sensible terms you would say this is part of Birchover village. It is, you can accuse it of being ribbon development, but you can also accuse it of actually being infill between what is already almost identifiable as ribbon development. I don't mean that pejoratively, I'm simply trying to make a point. And I think it's very difficult to put the case that this is an unsuitable site for development. And actually, I do congratulate the applicant, because this is one of the very rare occasions when a private individual has come forward to try and help meet some of our local housing demand. And I think I've often said in the past there are only 3 ways that happens. One of them is by force, one of them is by bribery, and one is by goodwill. And it's very nice to have a goodwill one come forward from time to time. The one thing I do have some sympathy with is the one that you mentioned, Chair, at the beginning, and was raised by Mr. Pickford. I do think that the frontage treatment to this is hard. It's rather urban in concept. It is in danger of being scant on the greenery front. And I can't help feeling that within this site there is scope for a slight adjustment of the layout and the arrangements of it to try and soften up that frontage and make it more compatible with the character of the rest of the road at this point. How that would be done and so forth is not for me to suggest at the moment. But when it comes to making motions and resolutions, my suggestion would be that we approve in principle this development and that we authorise the officers to go off and address that frontage problem to get the best we can out of the site.
Thank you, Patrick. Anybody else like to speak? Ken?
Just on, excuse me, Chair, thank you. Just on this occasion, you may be surprised. I'm in almost total agreement with Patrick's comments. I do think that no one likes change, but as Patrick has said, we have an obligation to address the needs of our communities over and above sometimes those that are personal impact ones. And I do think that on this occasion, given the difficulties there are across the Peak District in identifying locations where we can support the less benefited members of our community, that we have to take them if the development proposals are appropriate, and I think on this occasion they are. So I would support the recommendation, Chair.
Okay. Anybody else? So, is somebody proposing to move it? Are you moving the recommendation? And Ken Richardson.
The recommendation as suggested, as amended by you?
No, I've just made, I've put it in the form of a proposal that we approve in principle and let the officers sort the rest of it out.
In that case, I shall follow Patrick's lead and subject to members approving that.
for officers to go away and look at the frontage.
If the officers deem that.
Yeah, so just to clarify, approving principle, subject to giving delegated powers to officers to resolve the issue about the frontage, and presumably if we are unable to resolve that, that we return to committee. Yes. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, it's been put forward and seconded. All those in agreement? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's been approved. Subject to officers coming away and working with you. And we're early. Right, we're going to adjourn for lunch now. Till 1:30. Okay, can first of all, as we are just breaking for lunch, can we vote please to go past 1 o'clock with this meeting? Right, thank you very much everybody for coming back promptly. We're on to item 11 and 12, which is the installation of solar panels on the south-facing aspect of a garage roof, air source heat pumps and partial secondary glazing at Churchdale Cottage, Baslow Road. So, John, would you like to introduce this?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, there are two items to be discussed here at Churchdale Cottage, Baslow Road, Ashford and Water. Item 11 relates to the application for planning permission for the installation of solar panels to the south-facing roof slope of a garage and air source heat pumps. Item 12 is for the listed building consent. As an update, it has been established that the installation of solar panels to the garage would not require listed building consent. Therefore, the listed building consent application only relates to the air source heat pumps and secondary glazing. The applicants have been informed of this and they're agreeable to that. As these two elements are not considered to be harmful and would provide public benefits by enhancing the sustainability of Churchdale Cottage, then officers would now wish to alter the recommendation for the listed building consent application to one of approval, subject to conditions. I will provide a list of recommended conditions when members come to vote on item 12. Okay. So, I'll give you now a summary of the proposal. I'm going through the slides. Apologies, there was a further update. Members will have received a letter earlier this week from the applicants. I would like to respond as an update to some points raised in that letter. First of all, officers accept that regarding paragraph 22, it is correct to say that the secondary glazing relates to the cottage and not the garage, and therefore this is an error in the planner's report. Regarding paragraph 24, officers do not accept that policy CC2 should be removed from the recommended refusal reason. It is the case that the scheme does partly comply with CC2 in that the use of solar panels would represent a form of low carbon and renewable energy development. However, this must be achieved without harming cultural heritage assets, and it is considers that this proposal does not comply with this requirement of CC2. Again, just to reiterate, the officer recommendation of refusal only applies to the planning application, and that's the point where we're discussing the solar panels. The solar panels do not require listed building consent, and therefore our recommendation for the listed building consent is one of approval. I can clarify that again if there's any confusion. Okay, so moving on to the slides. Churchdale Cottage is a Grade 2 listed property, approximately 60 metres south of the A6020, opposite the junction to Great Longston, and around 3/4 of a mile northeast of Ashford in the Water. So this is an aerial view of the site, which is here. The cottage sits within a wider historic landscape containing several other listed buildings and a Grade 2 registered parking garden of Thornbridge Hall, which extends to the edge of the A6020. So the parking garden extends up to here. So this is within it here. So this is a further aerial view. This may be useful for members' discussion as we move forward. So I can come back to this if needed. Public footpath runs along the highway. This was pointed out to members who visited the site yesterday. Cottage here, obviously footpath quite clear. Now we move to the existing front elevations. So the listed building is a 2-storey dwelling. It's constructed from limestone rubble with gritstone dressings and a slate roof. So this is the cottage here. You have the dormer windows, sit within the principal roof slope here. Attached to the cottage is a former barn. which is now being converted to ancillary residential accommodation. To the right is the garage, which will be the primary focus of the discussion. This was erected in 2002. This replaced the former barn. And now the rear elevation. So the historic cottage here, the attached stone barn here, and the modern garage detached here. And our side elevations. So here, this is the stone barn. You have a glazed link to the side of the garage, the cottage. Apologies. And then this is the other side of the cottage with this valley here, and then a larger barn at the back. And then these are the elevations of the garage. So pretty clear. I don't want to go into too much detail on describing there. And then this is the roof plan. So the cottage is here, the broad stone barn here with a projection here, and then over here is the garage. Now this is the moving to proposals. So here we can see the air source heat pumps to the rear elevation. And then it's a pretty basic, simple plan, but this shows where the solar panels, solar collectors will be sited, which will be to the southern roof slope. There will be 20 in total, and it will cover the majority of that roof slope. Let's move on to the photographs. So this is the gable end of the historic cottage. This is the attached barn, now used for ancillary residential accommodation. And then just to the edge here, you can see the roof of the garage. We've walked a little bit down the highway, which is also a public footpath. You can see that the site is elevated from the road cottage, and again, the garage roof is a little clearer here. And then members who visited this today would effectively stood in this position, looking up. You can see the roof slope here, which is where the solar collectors will be positioned. Again, as the office report makes clear, primary concern is the close proximity to the heritage assets, also potential for the reflectivity at that close proximity. And then a further view, this is now, we've turned around, now looking over to the open countryside, to the opposite side of the road, to the opposite side of the house. We move to the rear. So again, self-explanatory, stone barn again, and there's the south roof slope of the garage upon which the solar collectors will be sited. And a closer view. So the cottage, the valley as it steps down, is here. And then the garage built in 2002 here. Okay, so I'll just provide a very brief summary of the reason for recommendation of the planning application, which is one of refusal. It is considered that the extensive number of panels and their proximity to the cottage means there will be an adverse impact on the setting of the cottage, resulting in a low to medium degree of less than substantial harm. The panels will be a non-traditional element which will be clearly visible and prominent from the public footpath, which follows the route of the road, and clearly visible also in part because of its elevated location position above that highway. The reflectivity of the panels would exacerbate this visual intrusion. Overall, though the public benefit of reducing the dwelling's reliance on non-renewable energy sources is acknowledged and weighs in favour of the proposal, these benefits are considered not to outweigh the harm to the setting and significance of the listed building, and so the planning application is recommended for refusal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, John. Right, we have two speakers. Can I ask Mr. John Mordew? Mordew.
Can I just ask before I start if it is acceptable to pass round a one page to each member of the committee, which will assist with what I'm going to talk about?
We don't allow late submissions, I'm afraid. So that's not possible, but we'll happily sit and listen to what you want to tell us.
Yeah. Right, does my time start now then?
Your time starts if you press the button and you get 3 minutes.
Okay. Right. Who am I? I'm a Darley-Dale Town Councillor. I've taken a particular interest in promoting green energy for Darley-Dale and Derbyshire as a whole. I got an award from the Derbyshire Association of Local Councils for my work in that area 2 years ago. I'm very keen on the Peak District. I've lived very close to it for 30 odd years. I've been walking, climbing, cycling and skiing in the area for the last 40 years. I know it quite well. I'm also very keen on its landscape and buildings. That's where I'm coming from. So why am I here? Because I think this is a really important decision today, and I'm going to start by asking all the committee members to give this your best shot in due diligence. Because what I'd like you to imagine is a seesaw. And on one side, you're going to put things on that are in favour of this being going through. And on the other side, you're going to put the objections. Now, I've put the case for and against into artificial intelligence. And I do have to tell you, the case for putting these panels on, based on your information that can be accessed from the end, is overwhelming. Right, so what have we got? I'm a rambler, and last Sunday I walked down the lane. I actually had some difficulty actually seeing where the panels were going to go, and then I realised that actually I wouldn't have even started seeing panels until I was about 20 yards from the house, maybe 50, and I would be past it in a few seconds. So I think the impact on passing people is minimal on the road and the footpath, and I do believe it's a private road as well. On the other side, there's no one, it's fields, so hardly anyone's going to see it. So on the balance, I'm thinking we've got 2050 climate change objectives at a national level and at a Peak Park level in your own policies. We've got your 2013 Sustainable Building Policy, which very clearly says that where you've got a listed building, panels can go on an adjoining site. That's in your policy. You've got impact on biodiversity, which in the UK is pretty poor anyway. You've got impact on wildlife in Derbyshire. You've got impact on the human population. You've got peat drying out because of the changed climate, which produces the increased risk of fire, and you've got surge rainfall. Now, this is one small example which could go 100% green if you support the installation of panels there, because it's using oil burning.
Yeah.
So
can I
in
ask you to just summarise?
Installing it would actually be a significant step forward. I hope you'll do it.
Thank you very much. We've got Mr. Simon Daniel next, please.
Yes, this is the property of myself and my wife.
Yep. Sorry, you don't need to press it. Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, we believe that the report before you is inaccurate in two main accounts. Firstly, it claims that the feasible and less harmful ground-mounted solar alternative has been identified by the Heritage Officer. I can assure you that that at least in respect of the top of the ground-mounted array as shown in this diagram, with which you should have been supplied, the height of 2.6 metres is inaccurate.
It clearly shows how the garden wall and paddock beyond will be obscured, whilst the top of the array will be easily visible from the main road.
Mr. Daniel, can I just stop you 1 minute? Because the planning application in front of us is for the solar panels on the roof. So we're not able to comment and take into account the panels that you're proposing, because that's not in the planning application.
Sorry, I don't understand. It's what the Heritage Officer suggested as an alternative.
But the planning application that you've got in is for solar panels on the roof. So it's the solar panels on the roof that we need to take into account.
Okay, sorry, I've based what I'm saying on the reports that I've been given
on defending
on 11
that point.
and 12.
Okay,
I'm
fine.
sorry, I don't understand all the nuances of your systems. I apologise. Right, that's used up a lot of time. Right, so I'll just continue.
Please just continue, yes.
I don't know where I got to. Such an array would be also block the only access to our garage. It's suggested that this proposal has not been carefully considered in relation to the setting of the heritage asset, and we believe it would be actually adversely affect more than our roof scheme will. Secondly, the report inaccurately describes reticence on our part to explore alterations to the roof-mounted scheme. We have spoken with the planner and agreed to alter the specification, appearance and configuration of the solar panels. The committee at the site visit has seen that the garage roof can only be seen partially and at close quarters. The South Area Manager has conceded yesterday that the 2002 garage is not a listed building. We believe our proposal complies with CC1, CC2, the Climate Change SPD and Historic England's advisory note by delivering renewable energy on an ancillary garage roof, the exact location the SPD recommends for historic properties. We hope that having discounted a ground-based alternative and established that the roof-mounted proposal presents a low, medium degree of less than substantial harm to the setting of the heritage asset, that the committee will give this fresh consideration, especially when weighted against the environmental benefit. We note that the planners have already approved the heat pumps, and it would be contrary to decline the second part of the scheme to generate their power. We hope that you will now use your discretion and approve this roof-mounted solar scheme, even if the final configuration were to be conditioned.
Thank you very much. Okay, members, we did do a site visit yesterday and were able to view this. So the point that we need to discuss is the roof-mounted solar panels on the garage. Ken.
Thank you, Chair.
Excuse me, can I just ask if people can identify themselves when they're talking and from which organisation you're from?
Well,
Is that possible?
you can look it up on the website, and everybody has got their name places in front of them. So it's Mr. Ken Smith who's going to speak next.
Thanks, Chair. There's a couple of questions, really. One on the back of John's comments about reflectivity. Have we been given specifications as to what type of panels these will be? Because it's possible to get matte panels which don't have reflectivity, is one question. The second one is the extent to which, given the proximity of the garage roof to the gable end of the listed building, to what degree is overshadowing going to actually negate the whole purpose of the panels?
John, would you like to answer that?
Yeah, a data sheet for the solar collectors has been submitted, and that is, I think, has been published as well. In terms of the degree of reflectivity, it's not clear from that data sheet what that would be. So if we were to manage to approve, that could be conditions, so we can have that detail to ensure that is minimised or reduced entirely as much as that is possible. In terms of, sorry, the second query. Oh, in terms of the generation from the Shedwin, I do not have that information. I don't know if the applicants can maybe fill in that detail. But you are quite right. There's quite the proximity of the cottage to the roof slope means that, as we saw yesterday, there will be some overshadowing of that roof slope, and the extent to which that will impact on the amount of electricity generated is worthy of debate, because clearly that will impact on the public benefits of this scheme. I don't have that data to hand to show how much that these solar collectors on that roof slope in that proximity to that building would actually generate. So apologies for not being able to maybe slightly clearer.
That's okay. Thank you, John. It was just the kind of return on investment element that I was interested in. From my perspective, I can see the logic behind what is being proposed on that particular roof. I understand the advice that our officers are giving us, but I can't understand why it's deemed preferable to have them just a few metres away from the existing garage, because for my money that would have an even bigger impact on the overall setting of the listed property. If members were minded not to approve this, as is recommended, I would suggest that there should be some negotiation with the landowners for moving any ground array much further, say to the northwest, away from the property entirely to reduce impact. From my perspective, the impact of putting an array, as is being suggested at one point, and I know we're not considering that, but I think it's relevant to the application, immediately adjacent to the building, I would prefer to see them on the garage roof if push came to shove. Otherwise, I think they would need to be much further away from the entire properties to minimise impact.
Thanks, Ken. I just want to just make a very plain comment, which I'm sure members are aware of. As Ken mentioned, we are considering this application for the solar panels on the roof first and foremost. So I appreciate the issue about whether there could be alternatives is relevant, but it would only be relevant if members considered that this scheme wasn't acceptable. So I think the first thing members have to consider is, what is the impact of these solar panels? Does it enhance, does it conserve, or does it result in harm? And if members considers that there is harm, how much harm? And is that harm outweighed by the public benefits? So I think that's the first thing that members have to grapple with before we consider alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I was just trying to get my cake and eat it.
Would anybody else like to speak? Mike Chaplin.
Sorry, I saw Patrick also wanted to speak, but there's a conflict here, isn't there? There's the fact that we've got close proximity with the Grade 2.
Mike, you...
I've disconnected myself, haven't I? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
There's a conflict between being able to effectively show off an impressive Grade 2 listed cottage against the public good of having solar panels on a roof nearby. But I take the point that one of the speakers made, that you would only notice it from the public footpath for a few seconds, or if you're stood directly in front of it. In the wider landscape, I don't believe it to be particularly prominent. I think Ken's suggestion of having matte panels rather than reflective ones could be conditioned if members were minded to go along with that. But we have a climate emergency. In Sheffield, not just my party, but other parties have already recognised that. And I do think that we should be striving, where possible, to minimise our carbon footprint. So, I mean, I would be minded to vote against the officer's recommendation on this occasion. I also think that the fact I would take a different view if they were putting them on the cottage itself. And I think the fact that they've got an alternative location does weigh in the balance with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Patrick Brady.
If the damn thing will work. Right. First of all, I discount any consideration of the alternative because I just don't think it's relative. And I agree with Ken, it would be far worse than anything on this roof. I don't altogether agree with Mike's assessment about visibility. I think the garage, which I've just been looking at the photograph of it, what it was like before the garage, and it's a bit of the garage was built actually. But I do think that garage roof is quite prominent and it sticks out quite far onto the road scene, and the immediate impact of a large panel of solar things on the side of that roof all the way along, I think would be quite dramatic. And I do wonder whether there are not possibilities of looking carefully at how panels on that roof could be arranged so as to minimise the impact when seen from the public areas, but still allow some to go further back. I appreciate it would be slightly lopsided on the roof, but I do think the architectural consequences would be considerably enhanced if one could find some way of just relaxing the demand here and pushing it back a bit further and making it a bit less obtrusive. I don't feel very comfortable with it as it is.
Thank you, Patrick. Anybody else like to speak? Okay, so the first vote that we will take is the listed building vote, which is just for the solar panels on the roof. No, for everything. So we take the listed building, which covers the secondary glazing, the air source heat pumps, and that's it. So it's just those points which are actually on the historic building. So can I have somebody who will move the motion to approve? And second? Thank you. All those in agreement? Thank you. That's unanimous. The second point is what we have as item 11, which is the installation of the solar panels on the south-facing aspect of the garage roof. So the officer's recommendation is for refusal. Does anybody have an alternative recommendation? Mike?
I wonder whether, I'm not quite sure what the wording to use is whether we can indicate some sympathy with what they're trying to do, but go back to see whether we can get the details right, if you see what I mean. But I would like a planning advice for once on that.
Yeah, so obviously members today will have to make a decision to either approve, refuse or defer. I think we can potentially go back to the applicant and discuss. I think from what you were describing is a reduced number of solar panels moved further away from the footpath to minimise the visual impact of them. And that is possible. Definitely it will depend whether the applicant is going to be agreeable to that, but we can enter into those negotiations with them.
We'll ask if members were minded to approve it, what would the conditions be?
Yeah, in that case, the conditions would be, first of all, the 3-year time limits. The condition in accordance with the approved plans, We would also want detail of how the air source heat pumps will be mounted and how they will be connected to the existing heating system. An additional condition would be that the air source heat pumps are dark green in colour, as been specified, and in accordance with the submitted specification documents. And also, notwithstanding the submitted information, we would want to have final details of the solar panels, how they will be fixed to the garage roof and their reflectivity. And that will have to be submitted prior to installation and approved by the authority. Would you have any others to add to that? That's a summary of those conditions, effectively. Yeah.
Thank you, John. Ken.
If I may, Chair, as an addendum to what Patrick suggested about reducing the number of panels on the roof, if in the course of negotiation, can I suggest that if in the course of negotiation that proved not possible to reduce them, that that alternative locations some way away from the building, within the grounds, could be investigated? So that effectively deferring, I suppose I'm suggesting, what is before us for further negotiation on the grounds that I think members are sympathetic to the concept of solar generation, but just there is discomfort at best, or at least rather, with what's being proposed on the garage for the moment.
Can I just ask, I presume, because that is potentially different developments, that might need a fresh application anyway, which might solve the issue, but are members wanting to defer this for officers to seek negotiate and then come back if this application remained the live application, or in terms of Patrick's suggestion about reducing the number of panels and subject to dealing with the reflectivity, that would then be delegated to officers to approve it.
Well, I'm not as far as making a decision on that, but I'm happy to put that as a formal proposal so that we can test it. And obviously, if members got another point of view, then we must hear it.
So you're not switched.
To an extent, I would suggest a bit. It depends on how the negotiations with the applicant develop. It might be a modification of what we already have. It might require a fresh application. I wouldn't like to second guess.
Okay. So could we just bring up the picture again, showing us what the photograph of the front, showing us what the...
This one?
Yeah. So just looking at this photograph, if you were not to have the panels to the front or to the street end, I think I just concerned about whether you would lose some of the solar effect by doing that.
Yeah, you'd reduce some of the power output.
Yeah. Okay. So we have a proposal.
Sorry, discussing with other picture. You go back to the images. Not that one.
Okay. Yeah. Do you want?
You can't see all the three panels there.
Ken, do you want to put your microphone on?
Sorry, we were just discussing...
Ken Richardson.
Knowing what size panels are, you know, they always about 3, it's not hardly worth that arguing about.
Right. So what we have in front of us is recommended for refusal for the solar array proposals with adopted heritage and renewal energy policies. So I think we have an amendment from Patrick.
It's actually a proposal technically because nobody's proposed the first one.
Okay, so you have a proposal.
My proposal is that this be deferred to enable the officers to try and negotiate a solution on the roof which will minimise the visual impression, particularly given the setting of the listed building. That is a positive way forward because we clearly got alternative advice that was being given before the meeting about putting an array in the garden. And I think we're all agreed that that's not an option. So the options are either this or something much more far-reaching somewhere else. So I'm testing this one out to see what can be negotiated, because it seems to me to be the compromise that's required.
Okay.
So that's my motion. I think somebody has seconded it, but I can't remember who.
Is anybody seconding that? Ken. Okay, and we'll take a vote. Everybody in agreement of deferral for negotiation with the general opinion that putting solar panels on the roof is in principle agreed. Subject to having it the best proposal put forward by negotiation.
I would prefer, Chair, if we didn't paint ourselves into that corner, I would suggest that the principle of solar panels is fine. It's what can be negotiated, either for the roof or for ground mounted. That way, I think we don't create any hostages to fortune. Just in case.
Okay. Okay. So, can we take a vote, please? And we're voting on the proposal that Patrick's just put forward. All those in favour? Unanimous. Okay. Thank you very much. So we will leave it for the officers to contact you and speak to you about what options we can negotiate. So we're now on to item 13, which is a full application, change of use from guest house to under adjoining flat to adjoining guest annex and holiday lets and demolition of garage.
Thank you, Chair. I'll actually be presenting both items, the 13 and 14 items. Again, planning permission and stability consent. So, which relates to Bank House, Hartington. As the Chair said, the application seeks planning permission to change the use of a guest house to 3 new holiday lets, as well as external and internal changes. Both applications are recommended for approval. There is one update to report, which is that the trustees of Hartington Village Hall, which I'll actually point out on them, which is here, I've stated since the publication of the report that their comments, which is summarised in paragraph 26 of the report, should not be considered as an objection, but rather as a neutral comment in which concern was raised relating to vehicle access across their land to the rear. I should point out, as part of the application negotiations, this element of the proposal has now actually been removed, so there's no proposed parking space anymore to the rear, and the trustees of the hall have expressed satisfaction with that change. Okay, so Bank House is a Grade 2 listed building located in the centre of the village of Hartington and in the conservation area. As already stated, there is currently vehicle access from Hyde Lane, which is this lane here, using a right of access across the village grounds of the Hartington Village Hall. The property itself, which is here, was until recently in use as a guest house with guest accommodation on the ground and first floor, and the owner's accommodation on the second floor. A side annex provides a further bedroom. There is a total of 6 guest bedrooms plus the owner's accommodation at the second floor. So if we move to the existing site plan, we can see this is the listed building here, and then to the rear, the garden space, you have a garage and workshop, and then the access past the village hall from the rear to the garage. And these two buildings will be demolished as part of this application. So you can see here they will be removed now, and there would be no additional car parking spaces now. This would just be increased garden area. Also, a small modern outbuilding, which is labelled here as a laundry room, will be demolished. And that would allow steps to be provided up to a terrace for residents. So the external changes to the building are very limited, and I will very briefly summarise them. So windows and doors to be repainted. There will be a security light proposed here onto the rear elevation, an air vent grille to the eastern side gable, an electric vehicle charger to the western side elevation here. The internal changes would consist of, firstly, the insertion of a door and partition to separate the first and second floors. So this is the existing floor plan, first floor plan, and then this is the proposed floor plan. So the partition would go here, a door will be here. That will be opened for cleaning and maintenance, but the idea is that the holiday lets will be separate when occupied by holiday makers. And then the other internal change would occur at second floor level with the creation of a kitchen with associated external ventilation. So this is the second floor. So this is the current managers of the guest house. That's their accommodation, and that will become a kitchen, as you can see here. So next to the sectional drawings, so this just shows the partition. And then again, closer view, the partition here and a door here. And then move on to the photos. So the front elevation, I say just the repainting of the windows and doors. Only thing to note. The front elevation, and then this is the rear. So this building here, the laundry room will be demolished. You then have steps coming up to this raised area, which will provide a patio, and you'd also have railings going along the patio here. There's another view of the small rear space. And then this is the workshop and garage that will be demolished. And once demolished, you would effectively have a small extension or increase of the garden area. And then another photo is showing the staircase. This is where the partition and door would be installed. And finally, a picture of where the EV charger will be sited to the side of the building. So a very brief summary. Applications are recommended for approval. It is considered that the change of use to three holiday lets would not result in material harm to residential amenity, given the existing use as a guest house. The proposal would not result in a material increase in parking pressures in the local area, officers consider. The physical changes would be very minor, causing very limited harm, and will be outweighed by securing a long-term future for the listed building. On this basis, the applications are recommended for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, John. So we have one speaker, Lizzie Duffield. If you'd like to sit forward, please. Okay, so you have 3 minutes, and if you just press the button at the front. Thank you.
Thank you. So good afternoon, my name's Lizzie Duffield, and I'm speaking on behalf of my family and our company, Noddy Park Properties, run by myself, my mum, brother and aunt. Firstly, a bit about us. We've responsibly managed a 5-bedroom Grade 2 property situated in a Welsh coastal town for over 60 years, welcoming visitors to enjoy the house that means a lot to us. We have a good relationship with the neighbours, we vet guests carefully and haven't had a single complaint. We don't allow hen or stag parties. This is set in our house rules and we determine quiet times. We attract small groups of friends or families who are looking for a break in the countryside. We build rapport with our guests to ensure that they are respectful of the town and the house, and we'll put the same care into Bank House. We were initially drawn to the Peak District as it is close to our home in the Midlands. There were so many beautiful places, but Hartington really captured what we love as a family. From the duck pond and the local shops to the walks and cycle paths nearby and the community spirit. When we came across Bank House, we were immediately drawn to it, too large for a simple residential dwelling, having been on the market for 3 years and already operating as a guest house. A holiday let would simply be a more modern offering of this. It's a striking house with a lot of potential. The proposed plans are acceptable in principle and there are no objections from statutory consultees, with the proposals being recommended for approval. As you will see, there have been a handful of concerns raised, of which we have proactively taken the comments on board, demonstrating our flexibility and desire to fit into the village and be sympathetic to the location. Based on feedback, we have amended our scheme so that the 3 holiday lets will only be let out individually, with the doorway between floors for maintenance only. We initially put in parking to the rear of the garden, but after concerns raised by the village hall and the parish council, we have removed this. Instead, it will be used as part of the garden and have black railings sympathetic to the property. Bank House also has 2 parking spaces to the side of the property, which will be used by guests. The parish council raised a concern over the number of vehicles. There are currently 6 guest rooms in operation at Bank House, where visitors are more likely to visit separately, so it could feasibly have 1 car per room. However, with holiday lets, visitors are more likely to travel in family groups, which will immediately lower the potential number of vehicles. We don't plan on being remote agents with no interest in the community. We are a family who care about the places we own property. We're looking forward to being involved in planting wildflowers and any other projects that might be important to the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, okay, members. Is anybody? Ken?
Move the two recommendations as printed, Chair.
So you're proposing?
Yep.
Seconded. All those in favour? Well, that was quick. Thank you very much.
Is that the planning or
Sorry?
It's 2 applications.
Sorry, we need to take 2 votes. So
I did move both. Hands up again, lad.
So don't pack up yet. Yes, so the second vote is for the listed building consent. So this is for the change of use from a guest house use, as described before, and the demolition of the garage. So can I have somebody to move that? Mike Chaplin, Jean Warmby, all those in favour? Thank you. Thank you, Adam.
Yeah, get the number quick. Have you got some business cards?
Thank you, everyone.